big round of applause. Okay, so I want to share with you today. So today we are in 2 Corinthians. We're in 2 Corinthians and 10, and we are in verse 14. 2 Corinthians 10 and verse 14. This is a very powerful verse. And it says, "For we stretch not ourselves beyond our measure, and so we reach not unto you. We are come as far as to you as in preaching the gospel of Christ, not boasting of things without our measure, that is, of other men's labors, but having hope when your faith is increased, that we shall be enlarged by you according to our rule abundantly, to preach the gospel in the regions beyond you, and not to boast in another man's line of things made ready to our hand. But he that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord, for not he that commandeth himself is approved, but whom the Lord commandeth." So that's a beautiful scripture. Now this is a Rhema, so I just opened, randomly to this site, and this is amazing scripture because it teaches, it reminds us not to boast in ourselves. And of course, not to boast in another man's labor. What that means is he's saying, there's so much preaching of the gospel that's being done, that's so much preparation, and we should give thanks and glory to God through the people that have done those things. And we can rejoice in one another's labors, but not try to take the credit of one another's labors, right? So that's a very important teaching. For example, we had a lot of organizers. Everybody was involved. Everybody came from very far away, and we had wonderful guests that everybody here was able to, connect with. Mr. Larry Pratt came, folks. He had a great time. He had an excellent time. He's a very important figure, I think spiritually he's connected very deeply, very deeply. So we're very happy about that. We had all day with him, and he was up with us early and to bed very late. And, he connected very, very deeply, I think. We were able to talk a lot of scripture, a lot of doctrine, and things like that. And our other guest, the gentleman from the Czechoslovakia, he was invited by Mr. Pratt, and he's a Eastern Church Roman Catholic. So I was chastising the Roman Catholic Church yesterday at dinner time. So he was uncomfortable about that, but that's okay. He should be uncomfortable, And but Mr. Larry Pratt, since he's evangelical Christian, he 100% agreed with what we're saying. What we're saying, the Roman Catholic Church is, basically, it's a pedophile cult, and they're protecting pedophiles at the highest level with Cardinal Pell, and now the Australian government is suing the second highest person in the Roman Catholic Church, who is part of Cardinal Pell. He has sexually trafficked over 100 young boys in the past 20 years or so. So this has been institutional protection for this type of pedophilia. Of course, this is at the highest levels of the Catholic Church. So it looks like a very pure and holy church when you look at it from the outside, right? Those people who are born in those Catholic countries, maybe you grew up in that atmosphere, or people who are think about, in different countries like South Korea, Catholic Church has a very good reputation. But really inside it's very wicked, very wicked. There's a lot of satanic practices going on in the Catholic Church. There was one, Dr. Williams, who's on the King's Report sometimes. He's a Catholic, but he's a professor at the University of Scranton in Pennsylvania. And he was former FBI agent, FBI in the U.S. That's one of the federal investigative bureaus. And he openly says, 80% of the priests that are going to the Catholic Church are homosexual. 80%. And so he's seen statistics where they're not practicing homosexuality. They shouldn't be. They're not supposed to be. but they're attracted to the convent of men, that are all men gathering there, and etc. And so he has mentioned that in public. that 80% of the Catholic priests actually say that they had homosexual experiences, before they go into the order, etc. That's not to say all Catholic priests are, engaged in that. There's probably, there's good people, of course, even amongst those ranks. But there's a lot of secret things that go on in that church. And of course, even in the, amongst the nuns. Mr. Larry Pratt made a funny joke yesterday about the jihadis. They think they go to heaven and get the 72 nuns. But then, 72 virgins, but then the nuns are there standing with the AR-15. But that's the sad part about it, is that many of the nuns are not virgins. And many of the nuns, when they give their vow to celibacy, they actually have to sign away their human rights. So if you become a priest or nun within the Catholic Church, the church owns you as property. So this, of course, was exposed by many nuns who left the Catholic Church because they were abused. They were sexually abused. And they put their testimonies on YouTube and internet, exposing the fact that if they're nuns and they go into the Catholic Church and they're pretty or something like that, and the bishop and the cardinals like them, they have to sleep with them. So they're trafficked by the mother superiors, who become sort of the madams, right? The madams, like the brothel madams. And then they basically give them to whatever cardinal or bishop wants them. And they have no rights. They have no human rights. They've signed away their rights to the Catholic Church. They're owned as property. So that is not real Christianity. And you see this kind of state-run Christianity, especially even after Constantine. Constantine also allowed for, he did both. He allowed for Christian worship, but he allowed his mother to continue worshiping false gods like these. These are false gods. That's why I don't want to sit in front of that. The spirit world is evil here. I mean that on that wall. You know what I mean? This is like all false gods. These are the gods of adultery and of free sex. Zeus is the god of bestiality. Okay, he has sex with animals. Okay, what is it? Aphrodite, and these are the gods of temple prostitution. So, they call it the goddess of love. It's not the goddess of love. It's the goddess of free sex, culture, and exploitation of young girls in temple prostitution. So whenever we see these kind of goddesses worshipped, whenever we see any of these pagan traditions that worship the female naked body, basically what they do, what you have is basically you have a system that encourages temple prostitution. Eventually that's what it becomes. And through temple prostitution, it basically becomes a legitimization of sex trafficking young girls. Okay, and so their moms and dads basically, send them to the quote priesthood, right? The priesthood, as a religious justification to basically allow prostitution in that culture, and that's why it's evil. That's why it becomes. That's why God tells us in the first commandment: do not worship any other god than me. Because these kind of gods lead to Satanism, different forms of Satanism. They may not worship a deity called Satan, but the practices that they end up doing are the same dang thing. No different. You know what I mean? No different. The practices that end up in all these different pagan cultures, they may have, hidden names for Lucifer, little, crazy names that they make up. Whatever the name is, it doesn't matter. The end civilization is the same. Okay? It's the exploitation of babies, killing babies, and eating babies. Cannibalism. Cannibalism is actually a part of almost every ancient culture. Did you know this? And in Europe, you have a lot of these monarchs, these evil kings and monarchies that are known for eating and drinking blood. This is in your satanic past, European satanic monarchical past. You know, they're, I mean, that's what Transylvania was known for that. You know, Vlad the Impaler drinking blood of children and his wives and all the female monarchs. They thought it would make them young. Okay, and then the modern super elite, they look up to that because they're also Satanists too. And they write articles in the BBC, or they support, they fund research which get published like in the BBC about drinking, they don't say drinking blood, they call it vampire therapy. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. They call it vampire therapy. That is when you get blood transfusions from little young people. And they're saying that it's good for you. They've got more oxygen in their blood, higher hemoglobin count, whatever it is. But they're actually writing about it in the breaking BBC. Ridiculous. It's crazy. But what that is basically they're trying to make the scientific justification for their practice. Okay. And there's a problem. There's a problem when you worship these kind of false deities. What is this? What is that? There's a cow. That's a cow over there, right? The Taurus. Is that a big bull over there? Yeah, that's also another form of Zeus. Zeus comes in the form of a bull. Right, and then what do they have here? What is that? Who's that guy over there? They have Dionysus and Hermes. That's probably Zeus over there. Who's that naked lady over there? Who are these naked ladies? You don't even know who they are.
I think it's Europa.
What?
Europa.
Europa? No, Europa is the European Union goddess. Yeah, they have a whole statue to her, the European Europa. She is basically an adulteress. Look at that, see? It turned off. No better. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
Test it. No. This is better. The devil doesn't like that. But what's it? Europa is one of the adulteresses of Zeus. And your European Union is symbolized by an adulteress. How ridiculous. You see that? Andrea Merkel doesn't like that. Andrea Merkel doesn't like that. She keeps turning off my microphone. Andrea Merkel.
Angela Merkel.
Angela Merkel. It's crazy. Total communism. So the EU, look at this. Can I get that one? Okay. This one, maybe we need new batteries on that one.
Questa va bene.
Oh yeah? Oh, there you go. Oh, that's nice. Very nice. Oh, that's better. That's better. Okay. Okay. Out with you, Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel. Oh my gosh.
Va bene.
But that's the symbology of Europe. Is symbolized by European. Where's that main headquarters in European Union? They have that building.
Right.
Where's that? It's in Brussels.
Brussels.
It's in Brussels. They have that building with a big statue of Europa. Did you see that one?
Yes, we went one time.
You went one night?
We went.
I don't remember.
Did you desecrate that site? You may get arrested in Europe for desecrating that.
Don't tell them.
You rebuke it in the name of Jesus.
Illegal activity.
No, I'm not telling you to go urinate on it. but no, that whole Brussels headquarters, they have the Europa. You know, she's riding a horse.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's riding the horse. She's one of the adulteresses with Zeus. He's a tempter. He goes and has sex with all the women and raping the wives of the other gods. I mean, this guy is a... You know what I mean? And so in the Bible, he's put in the temple in Jerusalem by the conquerors, Antiochus Epiphanes, for example, in the War of the Maccabees, right? What was that? The Catholic Bible, but also in the Bible, you know, with the whole episode with the Maccabees. There's a Maccabean revolution where the small group of Jews had to fight the Roman Empire, you know, and that it was a Hasmonean Empire at that time, one of the parts of the Roman Empire. And they put the head of Zeus, okay, that one, they put the Zeus statue inside the temple. Inside the temple in Jerusalem. Okay, and that's under Antiochus Epiphanes. Evil Roman king, Hasmonean king, but under the Roman Empire. Greco-Roman Hellenistic Empire. We were just in Rome, and we saw all these, you know, pictures and all these ancient streets and all that. You know the old streets. Have you been there in Rome? You've been there, right? You've been there. Suwan's been there. He lives there. Oh, you guys, Italy. And then we saw the pictures. But, you know, if you understand God's perspective and the biblical perspective, you can see through all that stuff. You can see, like, the spirit world behind it. You know, you can see through all the illusions of Satan. Oh, it's such an ancient city. Oh, you know, all this illusion. And you can see behind it all the evil that was done, you know. All the pedophilia that was commonplace. You know, even the Roman military men, when you go in, they rape you. Same as like the Japanese. Even the Japanese samurai, if they're not Christian, they're raping the young boys as a type of domination. You know. So this is happening in any culture that does not center itself on Christ, then becomes pagan. And they may worship different gods, different deities. Scholars try to pretend these are different cultures. They're not the different cultures. It's the same culture. It's rebellion against God, and then it leads to deviance, and it leads to evil. And it leads to the same places. It doesn't lead like to different places. You know how the multicultural relativists, they say, oh, all religions are going up the same mountain. You know, they say like this. Yeah, all their religions go up the same mountain. Okay, that's true. All their religions go up the same mountain. All the religions they're positive about go up the same mountain. And isn't it funny that all the pagan cultures and all those pagan vocal people, there's one religion they hate the most. They hate one religion the most. They have no problem with radical Islam, even though it's the most misogynistic, female gender mutilating civilization, pedophile allowing, prostitution allowing civilization on the planet. The oldest, one of the, you know, strongest pedophile cultures on the planet. They have nothing to say against that. But they will rail all day on how evil Christians are and how evil, you know, anybody who believes in Christ is. Why? Because Satan knows. He knows Christ. He knows that he's the true one. He knows he's the Son of God. He knows that God is the Creator. So he deceives the world with all these stupid pagan ideologies that basically pretending to be other things. They're not other things. The conclusions lead to the same place. The conclusions lead to the same place. The culture leads to the same place. You know, we were talking with, you know, Mr. Pratt and the guest yesterday about that. You know, because I told him, yeah, I studied Buddhism for like 10 years or so. But eventually I realized Buddhism is an empty goal. Not because they teach about the concept of emptiness and all that kind of thing. Okay, not because of that, but because at the highest level, okay, of enlightenment, or even in Hinduism, forms of yoga and moksha and anuttara samyak sambodhi and all these Sanskrit words, it's just supposed to make you confused and sound fancy. It means the same thing. Anuttara samyak sambodhi with Buddhism, that's what the whole Prajnaparamita, Heart Sutra is centered around. This is like, for example, one of the key scriptures in East Asian Buddhism, Prajnaparamita literature, diamond wisdom literature. Okay? This is, for example, you go to Asia, you go to Chinese, you go to Korea or Japan, you will see majority of it like Zen Buddhism. This is their central scripture, right? In Korea, the Panya Shingyong, or in Japanese, what is it? Hanya Shinkyo, right? Yeah. So you will see it's like one of the key scriptures in Zen Buddhism, right? And they sing about, they chant about, the highest level of enlightenment, which is Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi in Sanskrit. Depending on the translation in the nation of East Asia, it would pronounce different things. But what is that? It's quote an enlightenment, okay, where you transcend good and evil, and you no longer have a non-dual bifurcated mind, is what they say. Because they say, well, the lower level religions see everything as a war, a cosmic battle between good and evil. That's a low level thing. That's a fighting mentality. That's all a lie. It's all a delusion. It's all an illusion to make you believe that Satan is your friend. It's just a sneaky, nice way to use Sanskrit language and cute little yoga poses and cute little, girls in tight yoga pants to get you to practice yoga. You see what I'm saying? Or, guys that are all skinny and vegan and they're got a six-pack abs. It's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? That's how they get you into that thing. And lure you in with deception. But the end goal is ridiculous. The end goal is what they're saying, they're transcending good and evil. Well, who was the first one who transcended good and evil? It was Satan. Satan believed he could transcend good and evil. Satan believed that God did not, or that God would not decide what would be good and evil. But he would transcend him, and he would decide for himself what is good or evil. That's exactly what Hitler did too. That's exactly what Mao Zedong did, and Pol Pot, who killed 2 million people of his own nation. And Mao Zedong, 77, 80 million plus. So that's a common conclusion of dictators is, oh, we transcend good and evil. Yeah, it's the common, old, passé, nothing new, ancient formulation of satanic rule, basically. And whenever people start believing they can start transcending good and evil, and that they can be the Ubermensch, they can be the... Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Übermensch.
Eh?
Übermensch, ja.
Ubermensch. Okay. But, if once they start believing that, then they start becoming Satan, filled with the spirit of Lucifer. And then at least there's some honest people who fall into that situation, who then expose it. Like Huxley, for example, Aldous Huxley, who was involved deeply in the occult, and then he got involved into relativism and, into Buddhism or whatever he was into. We know Schopenhauer, for example, was into Hinduism. in his will to power, works on will to power. But was it Huxley? At least he admitted once he got old, he admitted, okay, I believed in relativism and nihilism basically, because I want to have sex with hot girls. That's it. He admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted it that he wanted basically to have sex and have orgies. That's why he adopted that philosophy. You see? But at least he admitted it at the end. Most of these people who are into relativism, they don't want to admit it. They want a worldview that allows them to do that without any repercussion or any accountability before God. You see? So they want a justification. They just want a, philosophical way to explain what they want to do, right? with oh, they're so brilliant. They're so brilliant. The Harvard professor of this or that, or Aldous Huxley, or the brilliant minds all believe that. They don't believe in God. That's changing now, by the way. Thanks to the advances of modern science. Now the scientific community, which was literally less than 1% theist in the 1980s, okay, is now currently up to 1/4, that is near 25%, now believe in some type of intelligent designer. Some of the most prominent physicists in the world, like, for example, Michio Kaku, who teaches out of CUNY, New York. He's commonly on Discovery Channel, commonly on BBC, commonly, I'm sure in Europe you've seen him, this Japanese guy, Albert Einstein here, who's excited about physics, right? He doesn't believe in Jesus, but he believes that there's an intelligent mind. That's the only way to explain the universe, because he goes into double slit experiment, and which shows how observation changes reality. Right. So, if you are familiar with a double slit experiment, it's basically where they have a shield pan which has two holes in it, vertical holes, and if they shoot particles through it, particles travel straight. So when it hits the shield and the two holes, and the particles go through the holes, and on the back wall, on the wall behind, they create two lines, vertical lines. Okay? Right? You know this. Have you seen this? And then they'll shoot waves through it, and if they shoot waves through it, waves behave in different ways, like ripples, like a waves, So they behave differently. So they create a different scatter pattern on the background, because they don't come through like, certain particles. Okay, they come more through like ripples. So they'll create a scatter pattern on the background. But once you have a camera, or you have somebody observing, so they put a camera right near the shield, observing the particles going through the holes, okay? And when you put the camera there and watching the particles go through the hole, they change from particle formation to like wave pattern. They change, they flip. It should create just two vertical striking patterns. But as soon as you observe it, if you observe it with a camera, the particles behave differently just by being watched. So this is called a double slit experiment. It's a very famous experiment. Okay. And it's repeatable. So that every time they repeat it, it's the same thing. Right? So you have this kind of thing. What that shows is observation transforms reality. So the end conclusion of that logical deduction is that if you have observation that transforms reality, Well, you're observing me. I'm observing you. She's observing her. She's observing him. Right? And that goes on ad infinitum until you hit the last person on earth. Because after the last person on earth, right, there's a finite number of people, right? There's not an endless amount of people. Is that correct? So at some point you end up at the last person. Okay? Right? But in order for our universe to be observed in the way that it is, it has these different observers that are watching it. But when you reach the last person, well, who is observing that last person? So Michio Kaku calls this the final conscious mind that's basically observing reality, as if an intelligent mind is observing reality, and through that observation of reality, or the universe, this universe can operate and be observed by us in the fashion that it is. Isn't that interesting? He says that even some of the top physicists on the planet now, they're not saying he's, the God of the Bible yet, okay? But they're one step closer. They're now deist, okay? They're now affirming that there is an intelligent being. That's a very big step. That's a humongous step. They were so sure in the 1980s that there was science was absolutely going to disprove God. Silence, you chicken! I have you for breakfast. We live on a farm, You're up too early. Oh, Lord mercy. Okay, but anyways, it's amazing. So there's a total transformation in the intellectual community about the reality of God and consciousness. That's amazing. That's a great thing. I find that such a great thing. The atheists and the postmodernists were so sure that with science they could disprove God. They were so sure. They were 100% sure. Remember how confident they were? They were so confident. They were so confident they're going to get rid of God. And then they're going to create their little utopia where they can have sex with whatever the heck they want. Because that's really what they're doing. If you understand the K and R-type theories of reproduction, and basically of sociologically why people lean towards the left or the right, and you look at K-type and R-type species, K-type being more species which have less offspring, but they have more investment in the offspring. Like wolves, for example, or dogs. They have less offspring than rabbits, which are R-type, but they have more investment in those animals. Okay, so higher level animals, for example, are lean to be more K-type. Animals with larger brains, for example, like lions or monkeys or things like that. Animals with larger brains tend to be more K-type. Okay, so they're not interested in just pure reproduction, but they're interested in the quality of the offspring. Okay, whereas you have, for example, R-type animals like mice, right, or rabbits. They're not interested in the quality of the offspring. They're just trying to pray and spray. You understand? They're just trying to reproduce as fast as possible, right? Because these R-type animals don't have any mechanisms of survival against like predators, like the wolves or lions or whatever. They just are prey animals. So in order to survive, their species survive, they just have to reproduce quickly and fast, right? So when you see people who are, for example, and Stefan Molyneux and other people, other thinkers have pushed this onto the human population and seen basically looking at human behavior and seeing why people go to the left, that means like, you know, in America we call the liberals, right? Or the progressives, but they're not progressive, okay? They're totally regressive, they're communists, okay? I don't know what you call it in Europe. You call it the liberals too? You call it social democrats or something like that? What do you call it in Europe?
Liberale, ja.
Oh, they're sneaky in Europe. See, they give you all these wacky names.
Liberal.
Huh?
Socialist.
They call it socialist?
Oh, we call it also liberal.
They call it liberal?
Yeah, also.
But isn't some of your conservative movements very liberal?
We go to the left.
They're called conservative, but they're actually very liberal,
We
right?
just go left, I guess. Left.
Anyways, you see how they confuse it? They make it all these crazy names. They'll call it like, we're the conservative party, and they're like supporting Hillary Clinton. It's ridiculous, okay? So obviously you can't judge it by the name. You have to see what they stand for.
Left liberals.
Left liberals?
Left liberals.
Left liberals, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyways, I think each nation you have different names for them, right?
Yeah.
Some. Anyways, you know what I mean. Towards the communist side, right? Atheist communist side. When you look at those kind of people, and you look at the positions they take, we did a whole study on this one time, right? Anyways, we did a whole study on this. I can't remember the series, but anyway, we did a whole study looking at all the different things in terms of whether or not somebody's pro-immigration, you know, pro-open migration, open borders, whether they're pro-abortion, whether they're, you know, whether they're against gun rights, for example. These are things that are on the left, right? Is it in Europe? It's the same, right?
Same.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are usually things on the left. You see the characteristics of R-type personality there. They're interested, for example, what is the reason why, or what could be a reason why, that the left is so adamant about getting rid of people's guns? Right? If you have people that, for example, have sovereignty, they have private property, they have the ability to defend that property, and they have strong families, well, it's harder to get their children. Right? It's harder to get their children sexually. So your amount of access to sexual resources drops. But if you can liberalize families, break them up, if you can separate children from their parents, now children are much more vulnerable to sexual predation. You see what I'm saying? So now the R-type personality likes that secretly inside. They'll never say they like it openly. Unlike, you know, in America they were starting to say pedophilia is good. Salon magazine was coming out with articles saying, you know, this is minor attraction syndrome. It's one of the, it's an illness. Okay, that's what they were trying to do in America under Hillary Clinton. They're trying to say, oh, this is an illness. We have to have compassion. It's not their fault. Have you heard this argument? You heard this about the gays, right? It's not their fault. You have to have compassion in your heart. Why are you so cruel? It's not even their choice. You heard this one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the same argument they use for the gay lobby, okay, with the gay movement, which became very strong, very powerful. And of course, which has become predominantly a leftist movement, supporting state control. Okay, now you have the more conservative gays like Milo Yiannopoulos, who doesn't like state control, right? But he's a conservative gay, but he's a minority of gays. Okay, so you had the gay movement that did that, right? And then you had the same argument made for the transgender. It's not their choice. You know, you're not born as a male or female. They're trapped in a male body. You know? And if you feel like a girl, or you know, you had a lot of sisters, so you know, they made you play with Barbie dolls or something. Well, you're actually a woman trapped in a man's body now, you see what I'm saying? You know, or if you feel like, even if you feel like a girl, right, in America, if you feel, if a middle schooler, okay, middle school, if they feel like a girl, the teacher with no doctor's, you know, doctor's note or anything, they can just say, I feel like a girl, I want to identify as a woman, as a girl. Under Obama, they were making the laws so that the boys, if they say they're a girl, they can shower with the girls in the locker room. It's nuts. Absolutely insane. Okay? So then, that's not only, obviously, there's going to be a lot of, boys that are volunteering to be girls when they're young, to get in the girl shower room, right? But not only that, you're putting the girls at total risk, because now you got all these boys that they have to pretend are girls, and then they're forced to show their naked body to boys, and your naked body is only just shown to your husband. You're not supposed to feel comfortable showing your naked body to all men. But if they condition you to feel comfortable being naked in front of all these men, well, you're going to be much more sexual. You see what I'm saying? You have no problem taking off your clothes in front of men. So that's going to make you much more sexual. You see what I'm saying? It's going to start your sexual life earlier, which of course will give you more sociological problems. Probably push you into teenage pregnancy earlier. Which of course is the largest factor for childhood poverty is teenage pregnancy. It's the absolute #1 factor for childhood poverty. But they want to keep you poor, they want to keep you sexually dysfunctional, they want to keep you crazy, because then they can keep you on their own little internet ghetto and pretend they're protecting you, while meanwhile they're making you support a centralized political Satanist state, where they can literally traffic children, they can disappear people, they can do whatever the hell they want with impunity. So this is the utopia of Satanists. This is the utopia of Satanists. Unfortunately, in Europe, which you pretty much have to live under. For example, in the UK, the royal family was highly tied to Jimmy Savile, who was that BBC anchor, person who was raping and trafficking children. And that didn't come out. They protected him his whole dang life. That only came out after he died, and there's like 500 cases of pedophilia and sexual abuse against him now. But that's after the guy is dead. Right? The British monarchy completely protected him. And you have Charles, who is on BBC in news, and I show it on the King's Report all the time because it's ridiculous. And he's bragging about how he's a descendant of Vlad the Impaler. This is a ruler who drank children's blood. He's a cannibal. I mean, give me a break. They're proud of that. And they're not even British. Socks Goth, was it Socks, what is it, what's the name, Goth? No, Socks, what's the name? What is it? Good, what's their house name? Socks Gothberg? Socks Coburg. They're not even British. They're German. They're German. A lot of the elites are theistic Satanists. They actually worship Lucifer. Right? This has come out in BBC articles, in an interview. I show it many times in the services, and I'll show it. The young girl who was sex trafficked into the Luciferian cult by her grandma, who was a Satanist. Okay, and then the interviewer, who was a BBC interviewer, and they had the top psychologist, criminologist, psychocriminologist, right? So psychologist who's a criminologist, who studies psychopaths, okay, and understands criminal behavior and criminology. He interviewed her too for 3-4 hours. And he came out of that interview saying, no, I have no reason to believe that this girl is making things up. No reason whatsoever. And he actually is one of the top investigators of satanic cults. That criminologist. Okay. And this girl exposed the fact that at these Luciferian circles, and by the time she was 11 years old, she was pregnant 4 times. They made her kill the baby. They would have ritual sacrifices. So when the girl is about to have baby, they would have the baby while everybody's watching. She would then have to kill the baby herself on an altar to Satan, like they do with pigs or with calves, you know, that you can split it in the heart with a knife and cut it all the way open. And then the BBC anchor asked her, well, then what did you do with it? And she said, well, we ate it. So you think this stuff doesn't exist. You think the Bible is just this ancient book where, you know, God is warning against these things. No, this stuff exists today. Super elite, that's why they're always trying to get above the law, because they're involved in this. The Bilderberg groupers, the Davos groupers, the BIS bankers, all the people above the European international banking mafia, Rothschilds and the Soroses. These people are all above the law. Nobody can imprison them. Except for President Trump, who may come and say, you are fired. George Soros is fired. It looks like President Trump is now moving on Hillary Clinton. And people associated with the Hillary Clinton Foundation in the State Department now are being indicted. So that's a very good thing. It looks like Trump is going to start his crusade against the Satanists inside the U.S. deep state. Who of course really work for foreign powers. They work for George Soros. They work for the foreign banking cartels. They're not Americans. They're legally Americans, but they hate America and they want to bring down America because America is the last armed sovereign state in the world. Nation. You know, I mean, the fact that we had a Sovereign Citizens Alliance meeting in Europe, that's a very historic thing, even though it's a small. But remember, God works always with a small group. It's a small group that, remember, even the American Revolution, 33% were in favor, 33% were against, 33% were on the fence. They were, you know, wishy-washy. I don't know. Oh, the British have really nice red coats and they're very rich. But here, you know, we have a little more freedom. So, you know, this kind of thing. You see with the family fraud people too. Oh, okay, maybe this time. Okay, maybe he's right. Maybe this kind of stuff, right? But 33%, basically 1/3 of people said, okay, we're going to fight against the British. 1/3 said, no, we're going to be with the British. And then another third said, oh, I don't know, I can't make a decision, this kind of thing. How familiar does that sound? That's very familiar, isn't it? But it was only 3%, that actually fought. So 33% supported, but 3% fought. So think about that. It's only 3% of the population defeated the most trained military hegemony on the planet. Okay? What does God show you through that historical fact? Is that there's a Maccabean revolt too. The Maccabean revolt, a tiny percent of Jews. I think in some of their battles they had like only 1,000 troops. And at some point they had to go against like 30,000 Roman soldiers. But by some miracle, they defeated them. It's in the majority of the battle. They lost some, but in the majority they won. And they were actually able to drive out Antiochus Epiphanes and remove that satanic statue out of the temple of God. Praise God! You know? That's amazing. It's a very small portion of people. The people who are actually brave enough to risk their life to fight is usually a very small remnant. But God will use that small remnant to change the course of history. Right? And we think about it. Jesus and his band of 12, not even 12, I mean Judas Iscariot betrayed him. That's a tiny little group. How many people we got in this room? How many people we have in it? 50 or something? 50, 60? How many? 70? 70 people? We're like already 7 times Jesus and his band of 12. I mean, think about it. You know, those small a group of 12 is? You know, and it wasn't even 12, it was 11. And they completely transformed the face of history. You know? But that's the reality. That's the reality of providence. It's a tiny remnant that has the power of God behind them. And of course, it's on the right side. They're on the true side. There's a true right and there's a true wrong side. And they're on the right side, but because they're on the right side, in warfare they call it the moral high ground. That's more of a sociological determination, right? Of maybe sociological interpretation of warfare. You know, when you're in battle, you need to have a moral reason for fighting and risking everybody's life, right? I mean, that's what you've heard about, the morale of the troops, how the troops are feeling. Have you heard of this? Right? We're supposed to think the military guys are all these gruff guys. They have no feelings, and yeah, I just want to kill everybody. But like, the morale of the military is so important, right? The morale. Why they are killing people, why they are fighting. It's so big, because if they feel like they're not fighting a good thing, they're going to start feeling bad and depressed about fighting. They're not going to want to fight anymore. You see what I'm saying? That's interesting, even though they're like really big, tough guys and they're killing people, but their feelings matter. Isn't that interesting? So there needs to be a moral high ground. What does that mean? That means they have to be on the right side of history. They have to be on the right side. What they're fighting for has to be just. It has to be true. Right? And if they're not fighting for something just or true, like for example, radical Islam is not just or true. That's why whenever they fight Christianity, they lose. They always lose. Because they do an offensive war, and the purpose of that war is what? They say it's to spread Sharia law and Islam. That's baloney. It's to rape the women. It's to have the sex slaves. That's why those men are fighting. Why do you think they say that you get 72 virgins? It's a sexual reward that you get in heaven. Right? They're telling these young men that you get a sexual, you get 72 hot bikini girls in heaven, okay? That's what they're saying. Okay? And they're all whatever, this is what they're telling them. So what is it? It's a sexual reward that they're being given. Or they're being promised, right? So the reason why they're fighting is actually not to spread Islam. It's a sexual deviant desire. You see what I mean? So that's not a morally high ground. At some point, that gets old.
Yeah.
At some point, after you're killing and your guys are getting killed and there's all this bloodshed and people getting their heads cut off, you're asking, why the heck am I fighting this war for these virgins, which I'll probably never see? Right? You see what I mean? That's why whenever they fight Christianity, real Christianity, they lose. Because Christianity they're not promised sexual reward for fighting. They're not promised 72 virgins for fighting. The Crusades in Europe, don't you love how the professors in Western academies love to say that, look at the Christians. Ooh, the Christians killed too. They did the Crusades. What about the Crusades? They love that. Don't they love that? They love that one. Even though the Crusades was a defensive war, and you had the Muslim invasions all the way up into Berlin, okay? They had already conquered Spain. They had taken the Ottoman Empire all the way up through Turkey and the Byzantine Empire. They'd taken over the whole dang Europe, and they're moving in through the east. Right? And so they're moving in through Europe, sweeping Europe. They already conquered Africa. Northern Africa is already theirs. They've already conquered all of the Middle East. And they've already conquered Spain. They've already conquered parts of Sicily and parts of Italy. Okay? And on the sex trading block, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed European girls are the most expensive. They get traded for the highest price. So then they're kidnapping the young girls off of Sicilian islands and Italy and into Spain, and then selling them on the Muslim slave box after they raped them 80 times. That's the reality Okay, and so the Christians, of course, had to get together, and the Holy Roman Empire, whatever, the Pope and the different nations said, okay, we have to make a last stand against this, otherwise we'll all be wiped out. They don't teach you that. Did they teach you that in Europe, young people?
No.
They don't teach you that. It's ridiculous. They teach you that you're the white man, so you were the evil man, and you were racist. You were racist, and you didn't let the Arabs take over. So you're bad. You're racist. You're selfish.
We're coming back today.
Right? I mean, that's not even. They're not even teaching real history to your children in public school. And in Germany, for example, you can't even homeschool your children. It's illegal.
Yes.
It's illegal to homeschool your children and teach them real history. Your kids can't learn real history. It's ridiculous. And they want to learn, they want to teach kids multiculturalism and that all religions are the same. Bull crap. Islam is not the same as Christianity. It's not the same civilization. It's completely different. It is not the same civilization as Christianity. No way. No way. That is the most ignorant and dishonest thing to say in the world. Seriously. It's such an ignorant statement, it's ridiculous. But they get away with it in the West because nobody knows a lot about Islam. And in Europe, you are not allowed to even explore it. They ban the YouTube videos that expose it. Do they ban the YouTube videos here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they ban them. And you can be prosecuted for hate crime.
Yes.
If you speak out, you can actually be brought to jail. I'm probably committing like 15 hate crimes in European standards here. Just for speaking about actual history. It's ridiculous. You know, so there's a lot of good scholars and good apologists in America who produce these videos and then send them worldwide. But think about it, if it was for the EU and they're of course the internet giants at Google, Twitter, social media, Facebook, etc., they're getting exposed. Who are they getting exposed by? Project Veritas. Remember Project Veritas?
Yep.
That's James O'Keefe. He was up with us in Pennsylvania, and one of his top guys, Luke Kazakov, is one of our closest friends. He's on the King's Report all the time. Those guys are doing a phenomenal job. And they just recently were able to completely expose Twitter and Google. Have you seen the new videos? Oh my gosh, they got them on film. They got the executives on film. They got the managers and the engineers on film. Undercover film. Nobody can deny it. So the left tries to bury it or ban it because they can't deny it. Because they got them on film. They got them on film. They got them on film admitting the fact that if you have conservative views, they can ban you. And they can shadow ban you. You know what that means? You think you're tweeting, but nobody can see your posts. You see that? Isn't it funny that Mark Zuckerberg, who runs Facebook, also networks with Twitter and all different social media giants? He works for the Chinese. He builds their Chinese communist, totalitarian, social intranet, which they call the intranet. It's not an internet, it's an intranet. Only state-approved sites you can see. Okay? And Zuckerberg, that bozo, is the one who's making the Facebook system for, the internet system for China. Then he's trying to implement that through working with the UN and the globalists and the Bilderberg group Satanists to try to implement that worldwide. And your Angela Merkel loves it. Is Switzerland under Angela Merkel? No, they're smart, they're smart. The UK was smart too. Get out of EU. That's a Soviet Europe. The Soviet European Union. It's Soviet, completely Soviet. It's communist, completely communist. So it's good that Brexit happened, but what happened at Brexit? They keep on doing referendums, they keep on trapping them in. They voted to get out of Britain, and now they're forcing them to stay. They just keep on delaying it. Oh, we're still in negotiations. You know, they come out with their little, you know, Gucci suit. Oh, we are still in negotiation with the governing parties of Brussels and Europe. Yes, yes. And you got the stupid CNN anchors that come out and say, oh yes, they're negotiating very well and there's a lot of progress that's been made, and there's no progress. They're complete liars. And that's become totally exposed. Isn't it amazing how after Father ascended to his spiritual world and spiritual nature and dominion, isn't it interesting that the whole world got flipped upside down and all the Satanists got exposed?
Yes.
I mean, literally, before Father ascended, you couldn't see who was ruling this world. It was impossible. There was this cloud of all these the ruling elite. You couldn't see them. And if you even said anything about it, you would be called a conspiracy. You'd be called a nutbag.
Yep.
You would be called a total crazy person. But then you have right after Father passes, etc., within a couple of years, just like we said, you have the total reversal of dominion, and the global elites start getting exposed, and their system starts collapsing. And they're in panic mode to keep it together. That's why they hate President Trump, because President Trump represents that on the macrocosmic level. He is shaking their whole system up. He's an outsider. Right? Even before he ran, we were already telling people in Pennsylvania, George Washington is going to come back. If you were in Pennsylvania, you heard it. George Washington needs to be found. Not reincarnated, but George Washington needs to come back. Remember all those spiritual messages that Father put in like New York Times about George Washington and Thomas Jefferson? Remember that? In the spirit world? Remember this? And George Washington, we were talking about George Washington needs to come back. There needs to be a type, American and French Revolution, the difference, when you look at it, it's an Abel versus Cain type revolutions. The French Revolution, of course, as somebody said in the conference yesterday, leaned very much more atheistic. And you didn't have the elite, did not split. You need the elite to split. The superclass must split. There must be a good leader from the superclass to split off so that the normal people can gather around him and then stand with his resources and his network, etc., to then fight the existing oligarchy. Do you see what I mean? Like the American Revolution. The American founding fathers were British intellectual, they were high-class people. Like George Washington had $1 billion, a net worth of about half a billion dollars in today's world. $500 million. So he was a very wealthy man. You know, a lot of the founding fathers, very, very wealthy. They were in the elite class. Maybe not the super, but they were definitely high class. Okay? So if there is to be an evil type revolution, that elite class, high class must also break too. It must be divided between good and evil. It can't just stay as one thing. If it stays as one thing, they have control over the military, media, everything. Do you see the problem? In any of those revolutions where the high class stays together or runs away, but they stay together, basically they can come back and take over the nation. They can start, you know, they call it a grassroots revolution, like the French Revolution is grassroots. But it ends up in communism. It ends up in a socialist system. You need to have also the stratification from high to low, from the predator to the non-predator class. Because that's the real division in society. It's not high class, low class, middle class. That's not the real division. Because you could have high class predators, psychopaths. You could have high class people who are psychopaths. You can have middle class people who are psychopaths. You can have poor class people, low class people who are psychopaths.
No.
The real divide in society is not between high class, low class, medium, middle class, etc., which the socialists always try to say. That's not the divide. The divide is between psychopaths and the normal people. But the psychopaths look like normal people, and many times they act in a very gentlemanly way, like the Bilderberg groupers, or like these Davos groupers, or the international bankers, always so, or like the royal families of England. Yes, they act so whatever. But then they're killing children, they're raping babies, historically, you know. They're completely saying this. It's all a facade, it's all an image. It's all a lie. Right? So you need to have a split within all the classes between the psychos and the non-psychos, so that the people who are not psychopathic can band together and then chase away the wolves. Because the wolves will hide in sheep's clothing. Right? That's the Bible warns about all the time. So that's what's so amazing about yesterday's conference, is that even being able to talk about this stuff, right? The right to bear arms in Europe, this is even to bring up this topic, you're able to now start connecting with able type people. And maybe, yes, they're scared to come to the conference, etc. But now you've already made the phone calls, you've made the networks with the shooting clubs and the hunting people and the folks that, you know, like fishing or conservative values, etc. So you've already talked to those people, and now you've made a connection. So they may not be able to appear in a public place, but they can meet in private. You see? They can now hear about the gospel, they can hear about Father's kingdom, they can hear about the Lord returning and His kingdom is coming. They can hear about the gospel of the kingdom of heaven. They can hear about the Trinity Constitution. You know, in private. I mean, they may be scared to appear in public. You know, but if you're part of the shooting club, hey, let's go out, we go out and have some lunch together. And already now, see? Hearts are being transformed. And the real revolution happens, as Mr. Larry Pratt said yesterday, the real American revolution start not with the gunshots. That was a post true revolution, which happened where? A transformation of the heart. The people decided, you know what? We're not going to stand for this tyranny anymore. We're going to fight this tyranny. We're going to stand up against it. It's unrighteous. It's unjust. And we have a moral cause to stand up against it. And we'll risk our lives. The founding fathers in America are famous for saying, we risk our lives, our honor, and our fortunes. Our sacred honor, lives, our sacred honor, and our fortunes for this cause. They're willing to put everything on the line. Right? Who in society is really ready to put everything on the line if it comes to a battle? Who? The normal Christians are not.
Yeah.
Even the church-going Christians, they pray every day, and they say, that's what the Muslims pray every day. You can't brag about that. Are you willing to die for Christ? That's the difference. You pray every day, so what? You willing to die for Christ? No, they're not. Most Christians are not. Do you see what I mean? Do you see the difference? Completely different. Different level of seriousness in Christ, in His kingdom. Right? And so you have a lot of nominal Christians or Anglicans or Episcopalians or whatever in in Europe, Catholics, Eastern Church, or whatever they are. But many of the centralized churches are, number one, they're teaching liberation theology, they're teaching Jesus was a socialist, they're teaching Romans 13 that you should just obey the government because the government is instituted by God. That's how they interpret Romans 13, okay? Ridiculous. That, of course, goes against all of Christian history, because Christians did not obey the laws of, for example, the Roman Empire. They continued to secretly worship Jesus, even though under different rules they had to worship Mithras on December 25th, the winter solstice. That's just a historical fact. they continued to disobey the law and not listen to Romans 13 in the way that the Vatican and these Eastern churches, big churches, and the Anglican Church interprets, which is just obey the government, do whatever they say. That's ridiculous. The Bible says you must stand up against unrighteousness. The Bible talks about the kingdom of God suffereth violence, for the violent take it by force. So we know that the kingdom is taken by force. It's taken by evil and by force. And the entity that is in control of force in the modern world, in any nation, is what? Especially in Europe, is government. Government is equals force. They have the monopoly on force. And so if you think about it, if people are to stand up, and even if it doesn't go hot, hot means it doesn't actually become an actual war. For example, if there's some criminal trying to rob this room, and I have my firearms, and you are all armed, okay? Somebody tries to come in here. As soon as they come here and try to shoot everybody up in here, they got 70 barrels pointing at them. So if a jihadi tries to come to the Chanigum, or he tries to come to Sanctuary in Newfoundland, he's going to have at least some big barrels pointing right at him. He tries to shoot people up in there.
Yeah.
He's going to see a lot of dark barrels pointing right at him.
Last thing he said.
That's the last thing he sees before his meeting with God. His consultation meeting before he goes up or down. His elevator meeting. Okay, I mean that's the reality. So even the fact that they know good people are armed doesn't necessarily it will lead to a fight. Just the fact that he knows good people are armed will stop him. It's like many of these crimes. I saw an amazing crime was captured on footage. Gas station, 2-3 guys come out try to hijack a car with a person inside. A woman who's in her 50s, she's a concealed carry weapons holder in America. She has a permit. She has a revolver. So it's not even a semi-automatic pistol. She has a revolver. She runs out, and it's like all captured on film. She runs out, and she says, "Stop, stop, stop!" to the bad guys, and they literally drop to the ground. Okay, and she's holding them there. She says, "Don't move, I'm going to shoot you," and and the police come until the police come, and they did not even move a muscle. So she didn't kill anybody. She didn't fire any shot. Obviously, if you have a weapons permit and you pull it out, you have to be ready to shoot. You have to be ready to shoot. You can't just threaten people. That's aggravated assault. Okay, that's legally. You then become the enemy. If you do this and start doing, that's aggravated assault. Now you can go to jail. So you have to know the laws clearly with weapons. Okay, but in her case, she presented the gun, they dropped, they complied, so she didn't feel the need to shoot her. She didn't feel her life was in threat anymore. So I guess that's her discrimination. She was, there was no charges against her. She saved the day. Right? But there's a woman in her 50s fighting 3 young men who have 13 times the testosterone of her, probably even more because she's older. She could never beat them up in a fist fight. No way. Right? Right? How is she able to equalize that force of 3 young men against a 50-year-old lady with a small rod of iron? It's not even a powerful, revolvers can be powerful, but that was enough to make them all lay down and listen. You see, so even the fact that bad guys know that you have power and you have the power of force, which is the dominion over life and death. That's what it is. Dominion over life and death. Right? Think about it. Your king and your queen in your nation, if you're from Britain, whatever, they have dominion over life and death. Historically they had it. They can say, offer your hand, you're dead. Right? Is that the case in other European countries? Who else had a king or queen? Spain had kings and queens, right? What else? Holland? Germany? Germany had kings and queens. No? Austria. They were in Austria.
Austria, yeah.
Austria had, right?
We had
What about Nordic people? Scandinavians had too, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Sweden, oh my gosh, don't get me started on Sweden. They're ridiculous. They're so poor, those people are being,
So,
oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. Right? But think about it, you had them in the past. The kings had the right of life and death. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. They had it's illegitimate because they were satanic kings. But they had the power over life and death. A king must have dominion, sovereignty, and he must have dominion over life and death. Otherwise, you're not a real king. That's why in the upcoming blessing, it's required to be at that kingship level. You need to have the rod of iron. It's just simple as that. It's not he's second class, he's third class citizen. No, none of that. It just exposes the fact of your nations, depending on what nation you're in. It exposes the nature of your nation, whether or not it is actually a sovereignty nation or a Satanist nation. So it doesn't make you a second class or third class citizen. Don't feel that way. That's the wrong interpretation. It just exposes your nation for being Satanist. That's all it does. So then you have a battle. You have a battle which you have to try to start changing that nation, and or move, if you can, move to a place where you can have more sovereignty. It clarifies where the nations stand. Well, that might not be possible for all of you or some of you. Well, that's for you. You have to pray about that. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Don't feel bad because in Japan you cannot purchase an AR-15. You cannot have a rod of iron. You are a slave in Japan. You are an Asian slave. In Korea, you are an Asian slave. You cannot own a rod of iron. Korea too. Okay? I mean, that's just a reality. It doesn't mean that our Asian brothers and sisters, which we have the majority of in sanctuaries, or Asian brothers and sisters, doesn't mean they're lower class citizens. It just exposes the fact that their nation they're living in is completely, has them as slaves. It doesn't honor them as kings. Now, the U.S. is not perfect, but think about it. In the U.S., if you have the blessing of being there, in the U.S., they will honor you as a king. You can, as a U.S. citizen, with a driver's license, in Pennsylvania, for example, states differ, but in Pennsylvania, with a driver's license, some states like Maine and Vermont, for example, which Mr. Pratt was talking about, you don't even need to show a license. Okay? It's a different world, see? It's really a different world, right? Why do you think the political Satanists all hate the U.S.? They all hate it. They hate that system. Why do you think Angela Merkel hates the U.S.? It's not because we pay the majority of the European or EU, the UN's bill, which we do. And Trump is complaining about that, right? Because America pays the majority, what, 33% of the UN's bill? They pay 33% of the UN's bill. And then they get to be cursed all day long about being evil. Then we're not going to pay your bill. Right? I mean, that makes sense. If you're paying somebody's bill and they're cursing you every day, you're going to say, okay, you idiot, get out of my house. Right? Does that make sense? That's common decency, right? Ridiculous. How can the U.S. pay the bill of the EU and the UN? I mean, the UN more. UN. And then be cursed all day for being greedy when they pay the most. Anyways, it's ridiculous. Anyway, you understand how ridiculous that is, right? Why do you think they hate America so much? Because even though nobody says it, American citizens have the right of kings. I mean, it's getting eroded away under Obama and Hillary Clinton. It would have been taken away, but Trump is at least trying to preserve it. It's not, it's always unstable because democracies are unstable. Republics are unstable. They're not stable. They're very unstable. And they're transitionary governments. They only last about 200, 300 years on average. Okay? So, it's very unstable, it's very unsettling. You know, there's always a fight. You know, there's always, like Larry Pratt always fighting Washington. Because they never stop. They never, okay, we concede defeat, white flag. There's never an end to that war. It's ridiculous. That's why God's kingdom needs to come, so there's no more of this ridiculous trying to take away these human rights. You know how anxiety-ridden and how stressful it is to constantly have the political opposition, which are funded by George Soros and people like this, constantly trying to get your rights away? Endless.
Stress.
It's a constant stress and anxiety over the population. Well, even Soros dies, he's raising his son to be the same thing. See, this is the difference. We're talking about this with some of the young people. There's a difference between, you know, kings and slaves. You know how you can tell if you're a slave? You can tell you're a slave that, oh, but what if I die, then I won't be able to receive this blessing, or I won't be able to do that. No, you're thinking like a slave. Royalty does not think that way. Royalty thinks, royalty is immortal. They don't die. You understand? Because they have a thing called lineage. So through lineage, you live on. For example, Father may be spiritual, but he lives on through me, his heir and successor.
Yeah, no.
Father is alive. You see? He's not gone. He's not gone.
Here.
Right.
He's alive. When I die, Father will live through the third king. And he will be present with the next generation of people of Chanigu. You see, there's a totally difference. It's the nature, the mindset, the spirituality of royalty is different than of slaves. Slaves many times are not allowed to have babies. In the modern day, they're just convinced not to have babies. But in the past, they were not allowed to have babies. Right? So the idea of lineage is not in a slave's mind. There's nothing to hand down. Oh, they got a slavery. Right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it this life? I gotta escape now. I've gotta escape. I gotta get out at all costs, or whatever it is, or I'm just gonna accept it, whatever it is, whatever they decide, right? But it's about them. No. Royalty is different. Royalty has a future, looking into the future. I don't die. I continue on. And this is very, very important as you all become kings and queens of Cheniguk too. You have to have a royalty mindset. Right? Not a say, oh, what if I die and I don't... Well, so what? This is one of the questions, right? What if in Japan, one of the questions was, well, what if a sister in Japan who's older, like in the 90s or something, wants to come to the blessing, in upcoming blessing, but she can't come to Pennsylvania, but she wants to do the ceremony with the king, etc. What else? I said, you're thinking like a slave. You're thinking like a slave. It doesn't end with her. Her heir and successor, their heir and successor can come and finish the ceremony. You see what I'm saying? It goes on. Doesn't stop. Kings are immortal. Slaves die. Do you see the difference? That's a very short way to put it. Kings and queens are immortal. Slaves die. So which one are you? Which mentality you have? Probably you may have a slave mentality. If you do, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Chase that demonic spirit out. Kingship is completely different. You know, completely different. So it's a completely different way in which people in Chanigo, the kings and queens of Chanigo, have to reside. We can't see these, you know, different monarchs on the world and say, ooh, they're more legitimate because they have big palaces and they have so what? I lost everything. I was in a freaking hut. I was on welfare. I had lost everything after I split from the Han mother. I was on Obamacare. I was unemployed and on Obamacare, okay? Coming from the palace. And billions of dollars of assets under my control, okay? Because father inherited to me, right? But does that make me any less father's heir and successor? No. In fact, it makes my story even more powerful and my story even more Korean drama. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't delegitimize me. I could be in the woods, you know, doing bushcraft. I am still father's heir and successor.
That is right.
Right? That doesn't, it's not the accoutrements around me that made me. It's not the accoutrements around me it's the anointing, it's the blessing that Father gave. That's what gives me the legitimacy to be second king and my son to be third king. That is a more legitimate blessing, even though we don't have the Palace Versailles and blah, 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 whatever what is that blue jewel they have in UK? What is that?
Koh-i-Noor.
What was that?
Balmoral?
The Koh-i-Noor.
I don't know. Anyways, whatever. We don't have all. So what? That's illegitimate. That's satanic monarchies. But think about it. Even for the Israelites to believe in the beginning, I mean, they were just a small group of sheep herders. Do you understand? And then Abraham's talking to them, you are the people of God. There's a we're cleaning crap every day of these sheep. What are you talking about? I gotta get some hay and cut some firewood. Stop talking about me. I'm talking about I'm the freaking, you know, children of God. I'm busy. Get this crap off my boots, you know? I mean, give me a break. Well, can you help me there? No, don't open that. Okay. No, you gotta grab the inside too. Because that's the hot thing. I'm burning up like a furnace over here. I'm starting to get animated. I'm starting to feel the spirit.
All right now.
Oh my goodness. I rebuke you demons on the wall.
Let's go.
That horse is pointing his booty at me. I rebuke him. They say they have cheval? Is that right? Cheval? They eat filet mignon, horse filet mignon here, right? Is that right? Is that right? You French love it. You love eating the horse.
That's wonderful.
She was a horse trainer.
Horse meat is good, man.
You know what? When we went to Japan church, they gave us the sashimi, okay? They didn't tell us what it was. They just said, oh, this is steak sashimi. They're kind Japanese, you know, folks that were lying to me. And they said, this is special sashimi. I said, oh, okay. Dip it in the sauce. And they said, okay, yes, that's a horse. That's a horse. Did you hear that? They do horse sashimi in Japan, right? No, they do. I know. We ate it. Raw. It was raw horse. Raw. It's very healthy. Well, they're a vegetarian, right? So they don't have trichinosis. The animals that eat omnivore, they have trichinosis. They have worms. Like, so for example, if you eat pig or you eat bear meat, wolf meat, anything that has, omnivore, not only vegetarian.
With everything.
Yeah, you have to cook it well. You have to cook the meat well done. Because that's trichinosis. You get sick by trichinosis and you get sick. You have to take medicine. We got in big trouble eating the bear meat that way. Almost got trichinosis. Because we undercooked the bear meat. Do you have bear meat in Europe? You have bear meat?
No.
No. Oh, see, you didn't try the Pennsylvania bear meat. That's wild caught. That's Kuchinim caught the wild bear. Okay? And then he said, I gotta give some of this meat. I gotta make my offering. So he made his offering. He said, I gotta make offering to the king, and he didn't give him bear meat. So we got to share bear meat with everybody. But this is the problem with the super elites, and even in now it's coming exposed by the different alternative media people who are in these circles. They're not exposing these people are actually eating human flesh. So just like they have different cuts on a filet mignon or a horse, whatever, they do that to people too.
Oh, God.
And because they don't believe in God, or some of them believe in God, but they hate God and they believe in Lucifer, so they think Lucifer likes this. Others who are non-theistic Satanists just believe in energy transformation, right? So there's energy. You gotta be careful. People talk about energy. Well, what are you eating? What are you eating? Be careful, people who talk about energy, this kind of thing. You gotta be careful of those kind of people, Okay, we don't want energy, because at the highest levels, quote, highest levels, they're talking about taking the energies of human beings and absorbing that. Okay, I'm not saying everybody who talks about energy and is doing that, but there's definitely those practitioners of the occult who are into energy transfer that are doing this stuff. That's just a historical fact, and of course it's now being more and more exposed by those people who are in there. They saw it and they said, oh, and they kept their mouth shut. I mean, this is literally what's happening. It's like, the Bible talking about Baal worship, Ashtaroth worship, all these kind of things, warns against different gods, etc. Worshiping all these false gods. It ends up in the same place. This was 2,000 years ago. The people of Israel were giving their gods of the Babylonian gods, right? The northern kingdom had brought in all the Baal priests, right? You had the 10 tribes of Israel, essentially up there, that were taken over. They became completely pagan. And even them, they're not even referred to as Jews by Jesus. Jesus did not refer to as the Samaritans as Jews, even though by blood they're Jews. Did you know that? Samaria, which was the home place of the Samaritans, which was the capital city of the northern kingdom, what happened? They were not even referred to as Jews by Jesus. Isn't that incredible? He didn't even refer to the 10 tribes that were lost, the quote, lost tribes. He didn't even consider them Jews. Why? Because they had given themselves over to Satanism and the different Satanist pagan cults, and they had become indecipherable from the real Jews, who were the tribes of Benjamin, Judah and Ephraim. And you may say that's 13, but Manasseh and Ephraim got split. So that's why there's 13. You see what I'm saying? But the 10 tribes that were lost were not even considered Jews by God and by Jesus.
Europeans coming from them.
The Ashkenazi Jews, the diaspora of Jews, they're not even considered Jews by Jesus. They were not considered Jews. And the woman at the well, Jesus did not acknowledge, she was a Samaritan. So she was a Samaritan who was pagan, but she had heard, because she had Jewish lineage, that there was the Messiah. So she said, I heard that the Jews believe in the Messiah, you are he, right? They remember this? But he didn't even consider her a Jew. If one gives oneself over to the saint, this is why it's so important to be under Father's authority. If you give up your authority, you lose your lineage. You're like the 10 tribes of Israel that are lost and not even considered Jews.
Right.
They're no longer considered the chosen people with the lineage, because you've left the authority of God. See, people just don't know the Bible. That's why they don't understand these things. They just think Father's cruel, or no, you don't understand the Bible. You don't understand God's providence. You don't understand that these things have repercussions, and your decisions have consequences. It's just unaccountability. People don't want to be accountable for God. They want the heroic welcome, but they don't want to be accountable. Right? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, of course, all you folks had discernment, and as I'm sure brothers and sisters had discernment early on to recognize what was going on. You know? But people who recognize late, then they're like, oh, why did I lose my status? Why? It's not all about, first of all, it's not all about status. Number two, you left Father's authority by your own volition. Stop blaming other people for your problem. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's the people who turned their back on God, who left God's authority, who sold them out for 20 pences of silver, and then they want the glory of the heroic welcome. It ain't happening, bozo. The hero's welcome is for the real heroes who did the hard crap and got persecuted, mocked, and hated for doing the right thing. That's where the hero's welcome comes. You get to follow after that. Because you were not a hero. I mean, not you guys. You know, I'm speaking generally. Okay. Okay. You see what I'm saying? People want that free. They want the free glory. It doesn't come. What was it? I think Romans 5. Paul talks about. He said, "Be joyful, rejoice." He said, "Rejoice in your tribulation. Rejoice in your suffering." Because suffering builds patience. Patience builds endurance. And endurance builds hope. See, people who suffer learn that. They learn that the real deal way. By paying for it. Losing all their friends and being cussed and hated. You see what I mean? They learn about hope. They learn about the love of God through the suffering and the patience and endurance that we have to all go through. And the mockery and the laughing and all this crap. But that's what builds a kingdom. It's that type of character and resolve that builds a kingdom. So you may have been slaves in the hierarchy of the family fraud. But all that became exposed in the end. Good and evil was separated. And even though you may have been slaves under those Korean leaders or whoever you were under, you now stand as kings and queens. Wow!
Wow.
And that didn't come with a price. That did not come with a price. Obviously, our course is so easy compared to what Father had to go through, what Christ had to go through. It's not even comparable. We have nothing to bitch about. I mean, you know, if you think about it, right, it's ridiculous. But in terms of normal people, you know, all the things that normal people are scared of, you had to go through. You had to go through ostracization, losing your friends, being called a lunatic, being called whatever it is, you know? Right? They call me in the family fed, at least the ministers who are being paid by the family fed, the ones that are not defecting and becoming sanctuaries, which is happening quite rapidly by every week. But the ones that are trying to hold on hardcore to try to steal as much as they can while they're there. You know, they'll call me, they used to call me Naked Prince in the Wilderness.
Yeah.
Now they call me King Satan. Or whatever, you know, all these. And my crime is not wanting to betray my father and then go along with their stupid thing to, in the end, betray even my own mother to get power from her. Give me a break.
Oh, for crying out loud.
What low-life scum.
She's coming to Austria.
No, I know. What total low-life scum. And every week that passes, it's just become more and more exposed. I mean, everybody said I was a nut because I had to tell the truth, especially my father in the position father gave me as Eric's successor. I have to call out the heresy for what it is. Even though it was very painful to do, and it's probably very painful for you to hear when you heard it. But I had to call it for what it was. And God had the right timing, and He had the right point when to release that. And everybody called me a nut and evil and unfilial and Satan and all that stuff. You all probably did too.
No.
No.
Okay, maybe not all of you. Some of you did.
Never.
But then you'll see the Han Mother, she speak by her own self, and she exposes herself for her heresy. By her own actions and her own words. Now she's putting Chung Wan Ju as the center of everything. Nobody even respects that political prostitute. Nobody. She doesn't represent any serious power block in the family fed. Zero. And Han Mother's putting her as the center of everything. What a joke. Talking about collapsing super fast. So you'll have these these people. I know Hyung Jin is the second king, but you know, I just can't. They're saying this. They're saying this. The people in the family fraud. They say that. Yeah, I know it's right, but I just can't. Just tell me. They're secretly watching the YouTube videos, and they're watching the King's Report because it's contraband. It's illegal to watch it. By the family fraud. It's illegal contraband. You cannot be found in possession. If you're found in possession of the YouTube links and videos, you are immediately ostracized. They'll send an investigative team to your home to visit you and to question you. It's the Stasi. They're so confident. Let people watch both.
Right.
We don't tell people you can't watch family. Watch it. You'll see what I'm talking about. Watch what they're saying. It's ridiculous. Well, you can see it becomes, the evil only has a certain advantage when it's lying. But once those lies start breaking down, they've got to create more lies to pile on top of more lies, on top of more lies, and then it becomes a cycle of complete lying, and then they got to double down on all those lies, and then they triple down, quadruple down, and they literally go all in.
Mm-hmm.
But that's dead. It's already dead. What did they say in French? It's a fait accompli. What was that?
Fait accompli.
Fait accompli. Okay. Right? Satan thinks he has advantage for a short time, and they think they're going to keep it forever. It never lasts. There's no honor in the den of thieves. If you think you can trust backstabbers, you're going to get backstabbed. Right? That's the rule. If you trust backstabbers, they're going to backstab you. Right? I mean, it's just a rule of thievery. There's no honor. One day they'll prey on you, one day they'll prey on that person, one day they'll pretend you're your friend, next day they'll prey on you. They're completely psychopathic. And of course the 40% sociopaths who want the power or benefits through them in a quick way will follow them for the time being. You know? Totally crazy. But of course it never works out well. It never works out well for wickedness. Never. You may think you can get as profitable in the short term. You may think you can get away with it for a little bit. Oh, it always comes back. It always comes back. It's much harder to do the right thing. It's much harder to be hated by the world. It's much harder to be cursed by everybody. But if it's the right thing to do, you have to do it. That's much harder. But in the long run, it has glory. And it's not like we should be seeking that or do the right thing for the glory. That's not the purpose. It's just do the right thing. Right? We're not supposed to seek glory as the object of worship. Right? Love is our motivation to love God, not betray our love to God. That's our motivation, and that, of course, that has glory. Right? People issue training. It's about love. Yeah, you train dangerous things, and some of these young people who come join us, they train different things, and Rose can choke out girls now, and Seeger with Mike can do some jiu-jitsu now. Even though he doesn't train directly under the king, but he's in the same culture. He's still, he's not in our Pennsylvania, right? But he may come to Pennsylvania soon. Julia, the wind's back there, right? But why we train? Why do we train? You train not to be some show off or, yeah, I'm so tired. You train, you love God and you love your neighbor. It's so simple. Isn't that simple? That's so simple. You train to be strong and to be, virtuous. It's for love. Not for the love of the world, right? Not for the world to love you or to be some Hollywood red blood-soaked carpet rider. All the people they rape in Hollywood, you know what I mean? All the blood-soaked red. That's why they're walking on that red. Right? In Chaniguk, the red carpets don't symbolize the blood-soaked stains of communism. It symbolizes the blood of Christ, upon which is the rock of our salvation, upon the foundation upon which we have victory to overcome the devil.
Amen. Come on now.
I'm ready to praise this morning.
Come on now.
Mercy.
Go.
Go for it.
Wow. And that's the difference. There is suffering in the short term for the believers and the remnant in Christ who suffer. I mean, the Bible talk about it in the Revelation. We're reading this just this morning, before we came out. Reading through Revelations, talking about the persecution of the righteous. Talking about those who are slain and martyred, beheaded, because they did not take the name of the beast on their forehead or their right hand. We did not take the name of only the Han Mother on our blessing rings. Did you see that? She took off Father's name.
Yes.
That should have been a clear sign to people. I mean, that should have done it for everybody. That's how fake these people are. If you remove the name of the Lord St. Advent on the blessing ring, that is ridiculous. That is a complete hate crime before God. Talking about hate crime in Europe. There's a hate crime before God. For those who are martyred, persecuted, not taking the name, mark of the beast. Look at that. Look at the name above all names. Jesus was returned.
That's right there. Hallelujah.
That's Queen Lisa right there. You better not mess with her. She knows how to shoot well too.
I do too.
Wasn't she amazing yesterday? Yeah. This was great. Oh. The other queens have power in Telugu. They're not fake queens. They have power.
We have fun too.
God had not given you a spirit of cowardice or fear, but a power, love, and a sound mind or a disciplined mind, depending on translation. What a beautiful, that's an incredible word. But think about it. I mean, many of you were not given the spirit of cowardice. Or maybe you had to fight it, right? When you had to decide. All that you'd seen with the Han Mother, my gosh, you had to decide. I'm sure fear came to your mind, especially the ladies. I'm sure you felt a lot of fear. Some of the families, I know, some of the younger people are the ones who woke up first and then got your families saved. So it didn't necessarily happen with only the older generation. Sometimes it was the younger people. Is that true? Right? Yeah. But God did not give you a spirit of cowardice. I'm not saying a stroke of your ego. You actually did it. You actually walked through the fire. Right? I'm not going to tell you you're great if you're not. You know what I mean? I don't tell the kids that I'm training, oh, you're really good when they suck. I mean, they're getting a lot better, I have to admit, but when they first start, they suck. Just like everybody, you know? You know? But you had to do it. You had to fight the devil. You had to fight the temptations. You had to fight the mockery, the laughing, the fear of ostracism, which of course for women is a very scary thing. Right? That's one of the biggest fears for women. Well, not Christ-centered women, normal women. Right? Fear of ostracism. Women actually fear that more, according to some surveys, than even like death, for example. They fear ostracism. Isn't that amazing? Being ostracized from your in-group. But all of you had to face that. You had to transcend what the world values. You had to transcend your emotions and your feelings. And you had to pray deeply and ask God for guidance. You had to go really deep. Because I know it's not an easy decision. For me it was easy, because when we saw the Han Mother speaking those kind of heresy, I was like, oh, Mommy, we can't support you doing this. We can't, you will be cursed. Father will punish you. It was so clear. You know, and the leadership all saw it too, but they just shut their mouth like the little prostitute whores that they are. The harlots of Babylon, harlots that are following the harlot of Babylon. Whores. Prostitutes to power. Dishonorable, unvirtuous, pathetic, weak, faithless fools. I'm sorry, that's not what a millennial civilization is built upon. Sorry, it's not. A kingdom that lasts 1,000 years and then is tested again by Satan, that's Revelation. Satan will come and test it after another 1,000 years, but he will be sent to the lake of fire and is sent back to hell. He will be destroyed. The kingdom that lasts 1,000 years is not based on that kind of pathetic weakness. Selling off for power and position. Give me a break. We did what was epic. We did what was legendary. Not that we're boasting or anything, but it's just the truth. We had to do the hard thing. That's what a civilization built upon. There's no long-standing civilization that can be built on dishonor. None whatsoever. Dishonor and non-virtue is the collapse of a civilization, not the beginning of it. You know what I mean? I mean that's the end of a civilization, when the majority is becoming dishonorable, unvirtuous, and hedonistic. That's the death of a civilization, not the beginning. You know? I mean, that's what's so amazing with the American Revolution. The more I study it, it's like they're just farmers. They're cattle ranchers. They're farmers. These folks are they're not trained SWAT team. They're not trained special forces. Many of them never, did not even fight. They're just farmers. They're just farmers with rifles. And they defeated the most elite fighting force on the planet that would conquer India, China, millions of people. Because it had a political Satanist monarchy that would continually destroy the economic wealth of the nation, and thus it had to continually expand and be conquest-based for it to actually make money. But it had to take over other civilizations and do so. There's no way in hell a civilization is built upon that kind of upon dishonor and thievery. No way. Only a civilization that is dying. Now, is civilization built upon moral values, upon people doing the hard choice but doing the right thing, about suffering and being ready and willing to put it online and to die for the higher purpose? Yes, that is what a civilization is built upon. I mean, all of you know it, all of you are ready to do it. All of us would be willing to die for a father any moment, especially even after he passed and the heresy happened. No question. Come kill me. You try to come kill me, you're going to get a fight. But try it. Had to make the determination. You know? We know those fools are sending our videos and links to radical jihadis to get them to try to give us death threats because I speak openly about radical Islam. I mean, if you speak about radical Islam, you're going to get death threats. That's just normal. That's just normal. But if they want to come to kill, they're going to be killed. And it takes that kind of, yeah, people have to act non-cowardice. And Europe, of course, has to develop that. They have to be at a point where no longer you will take over our cities.
Yes.
And if you continue this, and you continue raping our girls and assaulting our women, you're gonna die. We're gonna wage war on you. And because of the rules of the EU and all that, that's basically happening with now Christian gangs that are forming. Are they illegal in the standpoint of the EU? Yes. Will the UK consider them to be domestic terrorists, even though they don't consider the jihadis as domestic terrorists, even though they blow up concerts and blow up cities? Well, they're not terrorists, but of course the Christians who say, stop raping our women, and we're going to fight back, they're the domestic terrorists, okay? That's what you get for living in the UK. Okay? That's how much your queen loves you. What a joke!
Right.
Ridiculous!
She never speaks out.
That is a joke. Talk about hating your own people. My goodness. Golly, it's unimaginable. It's ridiculous. But you know how those are forming? Those are forming in the neighborhoods. Of course, it's not the best way to get about it. But I mean, in some of these areas, they're letting them take over, completely take over. Where was it? Where was that in the UK? They had that. Was it Manchester? I can't remember where. But they had a whole documentary series on that, where the girls were being trafficked by the jihadis.
Bradford.
What was that?
Bradford.
Bradford. That's where it was, right? They had a Muslim gang in there, jihadi gang. They were kidnapping girls, okay, and they were selling them on the freaking market. And you're supposed to shut up about that. And the girls were trying to report that to the cops, and the cops said, we'll investigate. And then they don't do anything about it. So what do you expect? That the people in that area start saying, screw this! The government not going to do anything about it, the cops not going to do it, we're going to fight back then. I mean, this is what you don't want, but this is what happens. Because at some point, there's going to be some men remaining that are still men, and they start saying, I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. Not be like these little beta wimps who say, oh, we'll tolerate anything. Okay, yes, okay. No, there's some men in this world that are ready to die to defend their civilization. That's, of course, what the political Satanists fear the most. They fear the most. They want to weaken the men. They want to feminize the women, make the men into girls, so that the men don't have any more fighting instinct. They have no more survival instinct, and they will not stand up for their families and or civilization. That's literally how they socially engineer Korean men. That's how they socially engineer Japanese men. That's how they socially engineer European men. That's how they were trying to socially engineer American men. They're teaching you masculinity is bad and that you should be a feminine male, and that is attractive. When I walk through the airports in Europe, it's like all these skinnied out guys walking around in like tight jeans. They look like girls. Do you know where we're from in Pennsylvania, man? All these big guys with the freaking beards, and they got guns, and they're hunters, and they wear camo. And we walk in a European airport, and these guys walking around in like Italian shiny shoes, and these dudes got skinny jeans on, like you can see everything. I don't want to see that much. You understand what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It feels like I'm walking in some kind of like, what is going on in here? But it's like social engineering. And they're taught, it's not like they're bad people or anything, but they're just taught masculinity is toxic, it's bad. It's bad to be masculine. It's bad to be a father. It's bad to be a... It's ridiculous. Those are the protectors of your neighborhood and civilization. You know? And it's not like skinny guys can't be tough or anything. They can be, but the way that they're conditioned in different parts of the world, especially where heavily centralized government, it's not only they're skinny, they just have a spirit about them. It's like the spirit got sucked out of their face. They have no powerful masculinity. That's why the girls have become lesbian. They don't want to date a freaking girl. They actually want a man who is loving, of course, but is a man. But you're taught being masculine is evil and it's toxic, and you must worship women as goddesses and perfect beings. When all you girls, you know you ain't perfect. You're not perfect.
That's right. Wait.
You know you're not perfect. So it gives you even more pressure if the guys have to worship you as perfect beings when you know you're not even perfect.
We are not perfect.
Not no way.
Yes.
What's it? They say, right, before you get married, you're made to believe that girls fart butterflies and, poo roses or something. Perfume. They can poo a stinky bag worse than you. But
Too much information.
that's just real. That's real, okay? They gotta bury that poo in the wilderness. They gotta hide it. They gotta dig the hole and hide it too. Okay? But it's like it all creates all this insanity, and because it, the toxic masculinity and the war on men has created this whole generation of beta males who are just addicted to video games. Then the girls don't want to date them. They're not attracted to them because they're like playing video game all day. Oh, honey, look! I defeated the big monster. Go out and make some money or something. Do something. You know what I'm saying? This is like, and so this is what you get. You get socially engineered beta males addicted to video games who are totally unattractive to women, and women are sickened by the fact that then they want to be with girls because that's put on the Hollywood, and then the boys they can't get girls. They can't get a girlfriend, so now they're gonna buy an AI sex doll, which will talk to them and send them text messages that they love them all day. This is ridiculous. This is supposed to be a utopia. This is supposed to be what we're supposed to look forward to. This is a dehumanization. This is an utter dehumanization and destruction of humanity. Human beings are supposed to have passionate romance between husband and wife, and passionate, lives together, and relationship, and eye contact, and all that incredible stuff. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to be freaking looking at a latex doll or something like that. Or playing video games, talking to a video. Oh, you love me, video game? Oh. You got these fools addicted to a video game, and they think they're dating. Did you see these people? The BBC, I think, did a documentary on these guys in Japan. And it's a whole thing on how they're dating their hand phone.
What?
It's an internet app that they have a girlfriend on this app, and it's this little manga girl, and she says, "I love you. You look so handsome, Robert." Oh, tell me how beautiful I look, baby. You look so handsome, Robert.
One marathon.
I love you. Make sure you pay Microsoft for this application program, okay? Don't be late on your monthly fee, okay? This is ridiculous.
One marathon.
They go on a picnic together. Did you see this guy in the, I don't know where he is, this crazy nutbag. He has a sex doll, okay, that he says is his sexual partner, all right? And now they're putting AI into it. And don't think, boys, don't get any crazy ideas, okay? Because that AI is going to record and videotape everything you do. That's right. And you don't listen to somebody up and high in position. Oh, well, look at this little video of you that's getting out. Ah. So you little perverted bums out there trying to think about, maybe I need a sex doll. No. Not only that, of course, in terms of the fall, you're committing fall with an artificial intelligence. But aside from that, they're probably going to have recorders and video cameras on that thing, recording every perverted act you're trying to do on that thing. You know what I mean? You see that? It seems like they're giving a solution. They're giving a trap. It's a trap. It's like this UK guy, was it the UK or somewhere in Europe? This is a company in Europe or something. We covered it on the King's Report one day. But he's saying he wants the stigma of being married to his sex doll to go away, because he wants to freely be able to date her in public. He wants to take her for drives, and sit in the movie theater with her. Okay, honey, we're going to movie theater. Let me pick you up. Oh, your head fell off. Your head fell off. Hold on. Your head fell off. Hold on a second. Let me give you a break. This is how pathetic and dehumanized these boys have become. They don't know how to romance a woman. They're ridiculous. It's completely pathetic. And the guy wants to drive his doll around. He wants to drive it around and get no weird stares. Dude, you're driving on a freaking latex doll. We're going to stare at you weird, okay? Give me a break. Give me a break. Okay? You're talking to an inanimate object. Oh my gosh, these people are mentally ill. But this is what they're creating human beings to be, because think about how weak and pathetic that kind of person is. They're totally trapped on this ridiculous identity ghetto, and they will never rise up out of it. They're like totally trapped in this box that they think the state is protecting. It's total lunacy. These are not solutions, they're ensnarement. Right? So if all this orthodoxy, so what are we supposed to do about it? Well, first of all, the video games can become very toxic. And all the women, they love that, they agree with that. Feminism is toxic. That's the thing that gets them hating the men, which then get the men guilt-shamed and adopting a beta male instinct, which then makes them believe, and they start believing that masculinity is evil, when it's the nature of the father and the nature of the true protector. And then it makes the women disgusted that the men are not being like men, but they're the ones who incentivize the beta males to be the ones that are emulated. You see what I'm saying? And it was all a lie. Women are less happy 50 years later, according to statistics. After the, quote, great sexual revolution in the 60s, women are less happy. They thought it'd be so great. Oh, we're going to compete against men in the workplace. We're going to make more money than them. Okay, you went in. Now you see it's cutthroat. Now you see you're not going to be treated with respect unless you perform something. Now you see that some companies will treat you as a tool. Now you see people are not going to give a crap about your feelings. And you're going to be taxed as well to make your source rich. In the end, you're going to make a rich male banker happy. Oh, that's what you got. That's what you got. Unhappy, can't have a man.
No children.
Everything's a power play. Everything's about power. How dare you move the toothpaste? You're trying to control me. Where did you put that socks? Where did you move that socks? I put my phone right here. You're trying to control me and dominate me as a male. Oh my goodness. honey, if you live like that, you're going to be in hell every day. And guess what? You're making it. You see what I'm saying? But then the girls get brainwashed into this. They don't have any compassion. They don't have any patience. They don't have any humanity to see that their husband is actually a human being too. They're taught you're supposed to see your man not as a human being. He's a robot. He's supposed to be a chauffeur, a waiter, and a moneymaker, and a romancer, and a Casanova, and loyal, and cheat with no women, and bring back $1 million a day. Give me a break. Casanovas have a problem. That is, they know women very well, and that's why they cheat on you. So if your husband is a little awkward around the edges, be grateful. That's what helped him save himself for you. If he's so good with women, he's most likely going to be cheating. You see what I'm saying? If he saved his purity, he may be a little awkward. Okay, well, you can work on him with respect, patience, endurance, right? Your wife may not be, the woman of your dreams, but you can work with her in love, right? Strengthening her strengths, letting her overcome her weakness, etc. Guide her, lead her. Be the head of the household. Be the, what is it in dancing? What do they call that? The dancing?
The lead.
Oh, the lead. But they're taught this is all evil. And the result of it is more unhappiness. Higher divorce rates. You name it, etc. Oh, and by the way, churches, they always say, the seculars always say, oh, well, the Christians have saved. No, they don't. People who attend service on a weekly basis, couples that attend service on a weekly basis, only have a 20% divorce rate compared to the normal population's 50%. Did you know that? It's a massive difference. Just by attending church service once a week with your husband, his percentage of not divorcing you has jumped. What, like 30%? Boom! More secure, more safe. Did you know that? Why? Because faith comes by hearing the Word of God. That's what the Bible says. Faith comes through hearing the Word of God. And it's by hearing the Word of God that we're strengthened. And hearing about God's culture, we're strengthened, and our moral compass is reoriented. Right? Isn't that interesting statistics that you'll have the seculars try to say, wow, the Christian church has the same marriage rate as the secular. No, they don't. That's for nominal Christians who don't go to church and have no community. For people who actually go to church and have community, no, it's a huge difference. Statistical difference. Isn't that interesting? Because faith strengthens both the love in a man and the love in a woman for Christ. And an everlasting marriage has to be centered on Christ. It can't be centered on the boy and the girl, you and he, or you and she. That's not going to last. That's a fake marriage. The blessing is not between you and another boy or you and another girl. You're a selfish fool if you think that. And you're going to be weak. It's not for you. The blessing is not for you. It's to return joy to God. So the blessing is about God. You two, the husband and wife, is supposed to be there as a mechanism to produce joy so God can feel that joy. But too many young people trying to get blessed for them. Well, you're going to screw up then. You're going to be dissatisfied. You're going to self-sabotage. You're already losing the battle because you think it's a different game. You're trying to play tennis in, a football match or something like that. Or whatever it is, The blessing's not about you, right? So there's challenging things in the blessing, and there's times where you struggle. Good! You have to praise God! Good you struggle. That's a blessing. You're supposed to struggle. It's through struggling that you show who you really are. Where your love is really at. Struggle is great. If you know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or MMA, you struggle with everybody you train with. It's great. It makes you stronger. This kind of ridiculous Hollywood marriage. Oh yeah, we're gonna live forever, and I'm gonna be so happy. He's the man of my dreams. Ooh, we're gonna have a wedding on the Bahama beaches. 2 days later, they're divorced. Look at all those Hollywood marriages. Every single one ends in divorce. Because they don't embrace the grind. Anything that's worthwhile, you have to embrace the grind. You got to embrace the difficulties. You got to embrace the struggles. You have to embrace the tribulation. That's good stuff. Oh, you like that? You got to embrace the tribulation. All right, devil, we hear you.
Fresh hair.
Huh?
Fresh hair.
Fresh air, fresh air. Oh, okay, that's not right. That's not Angela Merkel trying to parachute in. Angela, you know you're trying to come here. Ridiculous, right? The tribulation, if you embrace it and you embrace the grind and you embrace the tribulation, well then it's a place for both people to return joy in a different way to God. It's a challenge to overcome. Oh, it's the end of my marriage. Ah! This is ridiculous. Those are just feelings. You see? The feelings are deceptive. The Bible says, rejoice in tribulation. You will build, for God will give you patience, endurance, and hope. Wow, that's a powerful word. That is such a powerful word. You embrace that tribulation. It's not all tribulation. There's some parts of it. You embrace it. You know, like who on a plane? You know when you put on a plane, and then you hit that turbulence like this. How many people get scared when that? All right, that's a bad time, right? Because you're 20,000 feet in the air, or whatever, how high, and you're imagining, oh my gosh, we're flying in the air, we're in the sky, and it's going like that. And sometimes it'll go like, and you'll be flying. For a second, you're floating like a roller coaster. There's oh, and you can see when it goes down like this, and everybody starts flying like this. Everybody goes, oh, and the whole airplane starts screaming. They all go, oh! Right? Have you experienced that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know, what we had to do, because we travel with Father so often on the planes, drive me, you know, I don't like flying, I don't like traveling. Okay? But we had to go with Father. So at some point I said, you know what, I'm going to look forward to those times. That's my roller coaster. I'm going to look forward to the turbulence. So when it's still, I'm like waiting. Come on, where's the turbulence? Where's the roller coaster ride? Come on. And just by embracing that, there's a totally different experience. Now when everybody's freaking out, everybody's going, oh Lord! You're going, more!
Bring it.
Like we had some fun roller coaster riding on the way to Switzerland this time. But you know, that's the Bible says very clearly. You know, so even in our blessing, it's crazy. If you go in, they're trying to project Angela Merkel into the. I see what you're doing. It's the red tie man from Italia. You work for the mafia! I saw you somewhere! If you came here, if you came here and saw me speak for the first time, you probably think I'm nuts. But that's what they do. They try to make you believe that the blessing is just, oh, it's all going to be easy. That's ridiculous. Nothing good is easy. Nothing. Nothing good is easy. I mean, we have excellent relationship with all our children because we started like 15 years ago when they're 5 years old, doing dates for them at 5 years old. Every single one is their own separate date. We invested personal time into each child over the course of 15 years while you guys were still in diapers, some of you. Maybe not. You guys look young, but maybe not that young. You know what I mean? We've been working at it. And of course, even though you work at it, there's no guarantees. You could always have a wacky one. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee, but there's a big difference in investment. I'm not talking about like sending your kids to the best schools. That's meaningless. That's totally meaningless. That's not what they want or that they need. Totally meaningless. Our kids are finishing homeschooling, okay? They were in public school in different places in Korea, and we pulled them out because of the brainwashing. So they don't even have a formal education. So what? They finished all their requirements, but they didn't get brainwashed, and they have a relationship with their parents. So I'm a rich man. You see what I'm saying? Angela! Francis! We know you're trying to come Pope Francis. He's a big Pope. Oh, we're trying to ride your Pope mobile in here. You got the real Pope here, the camel Pope.
Camel Pope.
I'm the successor to the Lord of taking hand. Not you, you bum.
Right.
Climate change supporting Davos group, Bilderberg group supporting Pope. Give me a break. He's a communist. Ridiculous. You know, he's the only Pope that was known in Argentina. He was the head of the Jesuit party in Argentina while they were having the killings of the communists there with no due process. And the Jesuits worked with the government of Argentina to kill about 10,000 people on planes, pushing them out of the planes. And the Jesuit Catholics were involved in that. And who was the leader? It was your Pope Francis. His name is actually Jorge Bergoglio, and that is his real name. He's a criminal. He is not a holy man. And look at the stuff that he's supporting. He supports 100% one world communism under the UN. He supports 100% taxing poor people with the climate change tax. He's a complete globalist and a complete Satanist. He supports open borders. He's telling Europeans that you are not a Christian nation, or you don't have Christian history. And he's saying that if you don't allow the migrants to come, you're being overwhelmed by fear and you're sinning before God.
20-foot high walls at the Vatican.
Yeah, meanwhile, he has very big walls at the Vatican. He has big gates, very big border. He has big borders on the Vatican. You know, he's so loving, he should let all the migrants live in the Vatican. How's that? He's so holy with his white robes and his fish hat. He's so holy with his, golden cross. Let them all live in the St. Peter's Basilica. See how long that lasts. See how long Michelangelo's paintings will last. Give me a break. These people are ridiculous. These are the people that you're ruled by the way. And these are the people that hate sovereignty, hate kingship, real kingship, and hate the rod of iron. They hate it. Why? Because it's an existential threat. Because slaves like you, that's how they see you, like you, should never be able to be kings. You see what I'm saying? This is why they're completely Satanists. Okay, of course, you'll meet nice Catholic people. It doesn't mean the normal Catholic person who just goes to church or does the prayers once. The grandma in Italy is not a wicked person with Pope Francis in the background. Ah, yes, enslave the population and dumb down the people and take over the public school system and work with George Soros. No, she's not doing that. Okay, she's thinking about her grandchildren and spaghetti dinner. Okay, but the organization which she bows to and serves is wicked. She's probably not involved in pedophilia or Satanist circles, but that upper leadership is. Do you see?
I'm glad you're here, Hyung Jin.
Hey, we're blessed. We're blessed to be here. We're blessed to have you guys here too. Huh? Was that a sign to hurry up and finish?
We don't have outdoor eyes.
But it sounds crazy. But I was, well, how do we get on that with our scripture today? We were talking about 2 Corinthians, right? Chapter 1. Was it chapter 1 and 12? What was that? And it was a scripture about giving glory to God and being thankful for others when they do works. Don't try to steal their works. I mean, didn't it drive you nuts when these Korean leaders, the people on the ground would make the victory, and the Korean leaders would say, "That's mine." You remember this?
Yeah.
That's exactly what the Bible says don't do. Be in a habit of, if you've worked with people to make a victory, say, these people did a great job. Right? The organizers, everybody who was involved, they did a fantastic job. They did a great job. They got Mr. Larry Pratt to come, I wasn't thinking of coming, but they got me to come. No, I didn't. I'm just playing. But I mean, that was a very historic event. Could you feel the spirit there, the spirit world?
Yes.
You could feel the spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, the real patriots of Europe are rejoicing. All your ancestors,
Yes.
because they have to have returning resurrection through you and experience things through the physical earth. So they were rejoicing. They're so happy to see that those kind of things are happening. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. Boy, we many times in the sanctuary we feel that presence so powerful. There's some people have the visions with Father, and George Washington is Thomas Jefferson. Serving Father, is so happy to stand with him. I'll tell you this much: those sovereignty founding fathers of America, they would rejoice at the Chinese Constitution. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
They are rejoicing over that Constitution. You're talking about protecting sovereignty. You're talking about decentralizing power. You're talking about making it impossible for the centralized globalist powers to take control. I mean, how do you take control? How do you take control of a nation which erases every law you make in 10 years? Every year, 10% of the laws get erased. That means if you try to lobby, even if you try to lobby congressmen, you can't. There's too many of them. There's so many congressmen. In a size like America, you would have 50,000 congressmen. Try buying off 50,000 congressmen. And by the way, all those 50,000 congressmen, they're beholden to 2,100 people. So if they don't represent the 2,100 people, that voting bloc, which is very small, so small, right? In London, right, the mayor of London, Sahid, what is it, Sahid Khan? He's a total apologist for jihadis.
Yeah.
He calls Londonites white supremacists, and yet he will protect jihadis who are sex trafficking white girls.
Incredible.
That is ridiculous. But anyways, how many people vote for Sadiq Khan in London? Millions. Right? I mean, millions of people, right?
Right.
Is that right? Who's from London? Okay, how many people vote for Sadiq Khan? Right? How big is the voting bloc in London? So let's say, what's the population of London? 3 million? 4 million? 7 million. Okay, so 7 million. So let's say not everybody eligible to vote. So let's just say half conservative. Let's say there's kids in there mixed in there too, right? So they can't vote. People underage, right?
Maybe 2 million?
So let's say even half. So you got 3 million people. 3.5.
What you give it?
Okay, so let's say 4 million. Okay, let's say 4 million people, right? No, 7 million total. But then people who can vote, probably, I mean, usually what's 40% people who vote, so let's bring it down. Let's say 2 million. Let's say 2 million people are voting in London. That's 2 million people. Can you physically know 2 million people? Person to person?
No.
Is it possible? Does Sadiq Khan know his 200 people, the 2 million people that voted for him? Of course not. And there's a problem. In Chaniguk, if you're a congressman, or you're running for office, 2,100 people vote for you. That is a tiny population. You have to know everybody, literally, in that. You have to go meet everybody when you go voting. And by the way, this term limit, 12-year term limit. Even though you're voted in for 12 years, since your term limit ends, there's an end on your term limit. You can't serve forever. And do this careerism that these politicians do. Become lifelong careerists. Right? Which is so easy. By the way, if you know that politician is going to be there forever, how easy for big lobby groups and monopolies to buy that politician. That's a good investment, right? But if that politician is fired, he can never run again after 12 years. Now somebody else has to run. And it's just such a small voting bloc, 2,100 people. That means almost everybody in that voting circle will actually at some point be a congressman. You know, at some point, most of the people in that voting pool will be a congressman. But think about it, there's so many of them. And your voting pool is so tiny. So if you're disloyal to that voting pool of 2,100 people, you're dead, you're fired. They're going to fire you. You're not going to be reelected. Because it's such a small voting pool, right? 2 million people, you're not accountable to anybody. You just can go along with the same stupid program, and you'll get in the next time too. As long as you got the media, you got the funding, you got the George Soros backing, you'll get in again. You see? Whereas when 2,100 people control your destiny as a politician, and that destiny has a time cap on it, 12 years max. That's if you're voted in every 2 years. 6 years for the Senate. Now you're in big trouble, because every 2 years you can be replaced if you don't represent 2,100 people, and that's a small group of people. So now, can the big corporations come in and the big banks, which they can't exist in Chaniguk because they only can take maximum 1% of the banking industry, unlike the current where they take all of it. Can they come in and buy that politician? 15,000 of them? Not possible. If you think about it from a business standpoint, maximum your investment on those 50,000, let's say you have to pay $1 million per politician, or even a couple $100,000. That's a huge investment. What's 50,000 times $1 million? Well, let's say 100,000. What's that? 6 zeros, 50,000, 4 zeros, 9 zeros. That's $10 billion. That's $10 billion for investment on 2 years. Maximum, that's 10 years. That's a bad business decision. Even George Soros will go bankrupt with that system. You see? See how punishing it is for those who try to buy politics. Chunikook is very hostile towards that kind of manipulation. You see how hard it is to take it over? And, by the way, any new stupid regulations and laws they use to destroy small and medium-sized businesses as their competition, the laws erase. They go bye-bye. The laws go away. So all those new regulations they pump billions of dollars in to help their monopoly, it starts disappearing every year. Boom, boom, 10%, gone. They can't centralize the government, so they can't have a one-client system. That's how the Bilderberg bankers take over the nation states. They create a centralized government. They support the communism, feminism, any leftist ideology that will support the centralization of the state to make a communist centralized system, and then they have a one-client system. So they deal with that one client, which is the federal government. One client takes the whole nation. And that's called a monopoly. You see? And that is how your countries are run. So yes, you may have shopping malls, and yes, you may have trains that occasionally get blown up by jihadis in London around Europe. And although you have music concerts which get run over by jihadis in France and East France and stuff like that, and you get parties in Germany at the, the Oktoberfest of women being raped, by jihadis, and in Sweden and New Year's Eve you get, 500 women that are sexually molested by gangs of migrants. So even though you have the modern accoutrements of a civilization, Europe is dying. It's completely dying. Economically dying, civilizationally dying, culturally dying, identity-wise dying. And that's what you get for embracing postmodernist multiculturalism, which is just philosophical relativism. You lose your identity, embracing all identities, you lose your own identity. You become a mishmash, an empty face, a gray man in an empty, vapid, lonely city jungle. Faceless, meaningless person. You might as well be replaced with an android and a robot. You see what I mean? You become completely dehumanized. I mean, identity is such an important part of a person, right? In divine principle, we call it individual truth incarnation. Identity. Your unique qualities that God has given you that makes you who you are. But the multicultural perspective of relativism strips all that away. So you are now just a faceless mass walking around, making money, living a valueless life, working basically as a serf to the banks because you've taken loans to get your career going. And all you're doing your whole life is just paying the banks, working with the banks. Take a little crumbs home and pretend you're free. Well, you're not free.
No.
You're not. You don't pay your taxes, you don't pay your loans, they'll come and take everything. See, so the illusion of freedom doesn't mean you have real freedom. Like for them in Asia, Korea, Japan, Asia and Korea, they have the illusion of freedom. They can go to Puggy Baguette and get their little cappuccino coffee and ooh, we have a European cafe in Seoul City. Ooh, I got a latte and cappuccino. Ooh, a biscotti. Ooh, I'm free. I'm so free. And they're complete slaves. They don't know they're slaves. A king and a queen must have sovereignty, and they must have the power of life and death. Why do you allow that for the fake kings, but when it comes to you, in your kingship, you think it's a weird requirement? Why do you think that? It's nuts. You're nuts if you think that. You're the slave that's thinking that way. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. You allow the satanic monarchs to have sovereignty and the power of life and death. Yet when it comes to your kingship, which is under Father's kingship and is the actual legitimate kingship lines, then you think that those things are unnecessary. You're crazy. You are plumb loco insane. It's totally crazy. From a standpoint of God's sovereignty and God's royalty, you're nuts if you think that. You're allowing Satan to have sovereignty and power of life and death, but you don't believe God's kings and queens, who are actually the real legitimate owners of the world, are to have those powers. Somehow you believe Satanists will do better at governing the world than God's sovereign children. You see how crazy that is? That's nuts. Right? It's crazy. I mean, that's why it's so important for the young people, and we were talking with some young people yesterday. So young people, you have to understand what assets are, not stupid paper fiat currency money. That's fake. They got you in a fake trap thinking paper money is real. It's fake. It's not real money. Your bank account is not real money. It's fake. It's a digital number that you see, and it can be changed at any time.
Even up your bank account.
Do you know that if your nations in Europe declare a state of emergency, they can access your bank account?
Yes. This is not our bank account.
They can take the digital money, which of course is not even there, it's fake money, which is just a number on a screen, and they can just take it from you. You're not sovereign. Right? So, well, let me ask you a question. Does the Queen of England, does the Queen of the Netherlands, does the Queen of the whatever, or the King of the Netherlands, or whatever, what other royalty you got here? Spain, the King of Spain, what else do you got here? Belgium. Morocco? Monaco? Monaco. Morocco's in Africa. When was Morocco in Europe? Monaco, okay. What else? Okay, so anyways, you have those people are not looking at a digital bank account, okay? I guarantee they are not looking at a digital bank account. They have real assets and they have asset value. They have gold, they have silver, they have museums, they have art pieces, they have buildings, they have land, they have real estate, they have real assets. They have networks.
Stolen from the people.
They don't have so much families, I mean, you know, but, you know, do you see what I'm saying? They don't have paper money like the slaves, which they make you believe is real money. That's not real money. That's fake money. You can't trade that in for gold. You used to be able to trade in $1 for one, was it an ounce of gold or something like that?
Yeah.
1 ounce of gold. That's how powerful $1 was. Now you got to pay thousands of dollars for an ounce of gold. What happened? That paper money is fake. They're just putting bigger zeros on it. That's all they're doing. To make you believe that, oh, you got bigger money. You got 1,000,000 won. Honey, you got $10, okay? You got 1,000,000 won? You got, what is that? Shimba, you got $100. Shimba is $100. But they put a lot of zeros on it to make it seem big. Oh, I'm 1,000,000, I have 1,000,000 won. You have $100. You cannot purchase an ounce of gold. You are a poor pauper. You see what I'm saying? Do you see these African currencies that have like, you're 1,000,000, whatever. What is it? They have different currencies.
The franc CFA.
France CFA? 1,000,000 francs, or whatever it is. That's big. That's big in Europe, right? 1,000,000 francs would be big.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, it's just ridiculous. This is all fake money. All the super elites and all the royalty in this world know that. They don't rummage around for paper money. They are acquiring real assets. That's why I'm always beating into everybody. You have to think like royalty. You have to acquire real assets for the kingship, because you have to protect those kingships. And of course you have to raise your children, right? And don't give those assets to selfish, evil children. Make sure you have the right successor. You know what I'm saying? And don't be a stupid commie and distribute it equally to make your kids feel good. Don't do that. That's how you destroy your asset value. By giving to selfish children that are pretending to be real. You have to be able to decipher as parents who's the real one, who's not. You see, that makes sense? You have to decipher who amongst your children actually will stand and die for the kingdom. For real. Not because you're like, oh, my only daughter, she seems like she'll do that. No. You have to think without emotion. You have to be realistic. Why do you think monarchs choose male heirs? They choose male heirs over a period of time. Why is that? That preserves wealth. You must not think like a commie. How can you be in kingship and have the blessing of kingship if you're thinking like a commie? You see what I mean? Communist. Communist. Commie means communist. Okay, it's a short word to say communist. You know? You have to change your mindset. This is royal mindset. You are not just you living. You have to think eternally. Right? What do I say? Kings, queens don't die. Slaves die. Chunigok, you can't own slaves. I'm just using that as an example to shock you as a heuristic device to prod you. Okay? I'm just saying, don't have a slave mentality, because that leads to an actual reality there. Right? I mean, God says in the kingdom, those who are faithful will receive what? Eternal life. Do you think father's dead? These stupid family fathers, they thought father was dead.
No.
Idiots. Faithless pieces of trash. Father will never die.
Never.
He lives forever. Never die. Idiots. But I see that's the difference. If you receive eternal life, you have to think eternally. You must not think, oh, my life is the end. Well, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. The successors that you raise will be the extension of you. Continue on, living on with Father and His kingship that will live on too. We're going to continue to live together. Do you understand what I mean? We will continue to live together forever through the kingdom. Isn't that amazing? You see what I'm saying? We will continue to live forever together.
Power of lineage.
Why? The slaves don't have an idea of lineage. They don't have an idea of succession. They don't have an idea of kingship. Because they're slaves. Kings and queens must. You see the type of different level of responsibility and perspective you have to have. You have to have a totally different mindset. This is the royalty mindset. You know? Obviously you don't want to amass that kind of wealth so you give it to spoiled children. That you're squandering it then. All the blessing God gave you, you destroyed. Now it's your fault. Now your kingship has ended, and now everybody will blame you. You see that? So we want our kingships to be strong, not for our own glory, but for future generations. For God's glory, for His kingdom to be glorified. But we have to also teach them the responsibility of being humble, not acquiring all these assets for you. We're not giving this to you so you can be arrogant about it. We're not handing the keys to the kingdom to you, the next generation, so you can be pieces of trash and destroy it. Which in China, really, they can't. You see what I mean? But we pass on to you the culture. The culture of the Father. Of the King of Kings. Remember, every kingdom, Basilia, comes from Basilius. Comes from the king. Every kingdom has a king. Right? A kingdom is centered on the king. Right? So our kingdom forever and ever is centered on the King of Kings. He has his real kingship line, so everybody knows he's not a fairy tale, he's not a fake historical figure, he's not a Santa Claus. He's a real figure with a real kingship, a real lineage, a real nation, a real constitution, a real everything. Right? There's a real physical manifestation of his kingship and his presence on earth that continues on forever. Right? At the same time, together, there's all these other kingships that have been engrafted into his kingship, that are running together through time. Together. You see? Running through time, like this. See? If you understand eternal life and lineage and the royal perspective, you shall not fear death. Right? Because you had the royalty culture and you've given that to your kids and you've raised your children to understand that royalty culture. Of course, it's centered on Christ. Then you will live on through them. You may have, King Johann the First, but you may have, in the future, you may have King Johann the 20th. Or whatever, You see? Your generations. Question is, will King Johann the 20th still be protecting Chonigu? That's the thing that keeps a king up at night. Right? That is the thing. That is the thing that keeps the king up at night. Will the descendants protect the king? Of course, Chonigu Constitution and Chonigu law allows the descendants to become good, not evil, not practice evil and collusion and centralization of power. It doesn't allow them to do that, okay? So it has a massive check and balance on evil. Okay? So the environment will be in a situation where your children will be incentivized to be good stewards, etc. But at the same time, there is still 5% responsibility. There is still some investment that need to be done. I mean, you can't, you can't completely abandon your children except, expect somebody else to raise them for you, right? But that all comes back to benefit you in the end, and of course the whole kingdom. As the families invest the time, effective time, with the kids. Of course, best to start from a young age. It's never too late, but it's harder if they're older. Younger is better. Right? That one-on-one time with each child, they get to spend one-on-one time with their parents. Right? You've all heard this, right? I speak about it all the time. Children remember the most clear memories they have of their parents are one-on-one moments, right? One-on-one time. Majority of one-on-one time with parents, especially moms that nag a lot, is negative when they're getting in trouble. So if you think about it, many families just try to spend family time together, but they don't think about one-on-one time together. You see this? So because you spend a lot of family time, you think that all the kids are feeling good about it, but actually they feel very lonely. Because if you always take out a group, there's no special attention to each child. You see what I mean? Especially if your family is big. So you may think you're spending time with your kids because, oh, I took them to pizza every week. Okay, they're going to probably remember that. But they're also going to remember the time, all those negative times where you would nag them all during the week. Why aren't you doing the homework? Why are you doing the homework? Why aren't you doing it? How are you doing it? Playing video games. They're going to remember all that crap too. Okay? Right? So they're going to remember all that. They're going to remember more than the Pizza Hut. I'm sorry, that's how it is. So, best way is to invest in the good seeds. What that means is, when they're young, you take them one at a time and do one-on-one days with them. So don't take everybody out to pizza. Take one of your children to pizza that week. You don't have to crash the bank. You know what I mean? You could one of your kids to get a slice of pizza. One of them. And don't talk about any other siblings. Focus on them. Right? And then what we do in our family, we do as our tradition, is the children will say 3 things they're grateful for about mommy and daddy. Okay? And then mommy and daddy will say 3 things we're grateful for about the kid. So their whole life, they're hearing very specific, not general statements of goodness to all the kids. They're hearing very specific things that we believe we are grateful for. So there's a investment of love. That's why we have a very good relationship with all our children, because we've been doing it with our children. The younger ones, you know, they're not as spiritually, intellectually sophisticated. The older ones are, obviously, because they're older, right? They're way more sophisticated. So of course, the level of depth will be deeper. You know, when the younger ones are young, it's like, okay, 3 things good about mommy. Like, she's pretty, she's pretty, she's pretty. Like, things like that. But as they get older, it's like, oh, mommy, I'm so proud of you for doing this. You know, you make me so proud when you're training hard and you're getting beat up by girls, and you know you don't want to do this, but then you get tougher and you're fighting back. That makes me so proud, right? So it's like now then it gets deeper. You know? But actually, this is so wonderful because when the kids think about mommy and daddy, the negative one-on-one time is much less than the positive one-on-one time. You see? Because we have hours and hours with each one of them over a course of 15 plus years. You see what I'm saying? That we've done this with the kids consistently. So every single one of them has one-on-one time with daddy and mommy. What a blessing. Huge blessing. Huge blessing. Huge, huge blessing. If you're a young person, you don't have babies yet, remember this. That's going to help you. That's going to bless you. That's going to bless your family so much. Your children already will have such an intimate bond with you, you know, and you'll have a venue where, you know, at tough times in their life, adolescent life, whatever they get challenged with this or that, they can actually talk to you in private about. You already have a venue that is ready and prepared and that is ongoing, that they can bring things up in. You know? So the parents do some small things like that. It makes a massive difference. Because 99.9% of parents do not do it. Now, that doesn't mean there's a guarantee, of course, no. But your probability is higher. Your probability is way higher of having a better relationship with those children. Nothing's guaranteed in life. Nothing's guaranteed in fighting. Nothing's guaranteed in anything. But with the kids, you have higher probability. You can send them to the most expensive schools, send them to the stupid private schools, whatever, and they'll be as far as Asia is from you, you know? They'll be so far artistically, they won't even, you know what I mean? But as a parent, you think, I make all this money to send you to all these expensive schools, how come, you know, but that is not what the kids need. Especially because a lot of these high-priced schools, anyways, put you in debt, make you pay for the next 40 years, 20 years of your life, and make you a bank, you know, a bank employee, basically, for the next 20 years of life trying to pay back that loan. Ridiculous. And you come out of these institutions with useless degrees, you can't get employed with them. Yes, I'm an expert on gender studies and binary gender. You're fired! Give me a break. How does that have any relevance in serving people and serving customers? There's no relevance. You're living on your own little ghetto of self-importance, and you'll probably be a terrible person to work with. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You know? So making those small investments, they have huge payoff in the end. And then of course you have ability to instill within your children what way deeper relationship you can talk to them about. When they get older, you know, we talk about the absolute sex marriage. As soon as they hit, even before puberty, father talked, you know, about absolute sex, why you have to keep your purity. You know, when my kids got back to America, out of the public school system in Korea, and then we put them in public school in America. Then I told them, before they went to school, I told them, you are going to be, kids will try to give you drugs, kids will try to give you smokes, kids will try to give you alcohol, girls will try to rape you. I'm not joking. Girls will try to rape you. If they know you're supposed to be a religious person and you're trying to be something, they will come to you and rip your pants off and, you know, basically force you to have sex with them. And I told them that before they went to middle school. You have some crazy, slutty girls that want to screw up boys, especially the ones that want to keep themselves for marriage. They target them even more, in these little sluts. And they will just try to target that guy and basically give him a blowjob and try to take his period away. They're trying to screw his life up and mess up his plan for marriage. And then I told him, well, you're in America too, so you may get a guy trying to do that on you too. So I said, be wary of that. So if anybody tries to do that, of course you don't let anybody touch your sexual organ. Anybody tries to get sexual with you, you push them away and you run away. I think I even told them, if they're trying to, you know, go down on you, you grab their face and you knee it as hard as you can. You give them a Muay Thai knee to the face. Smash that face in half. And deal with the repercussions later. Get sued later. But smash that face in half. Yeah. I told them that before they went to school. Now, they didn't encounter all that whole spectrum, okay? Like, they didn't get homosexuals trying to rape them or something like that, okay? But they did get the drugs trying to put on them. They did get the alcohol trying to be put on them. They did get the smokes trying to be put on them. They did get trying to be hazed by people trying to say, oh, you don't date when you gay. And they, because you can't make fun of that now, they're trying to say, oh no, it's okay. You're just gay, that's okay. That's okay. There's a gay club here, you can join it. Because now they can't make fun of you, they have to actually now send you to the gay witnessing club, and they will witness you into the gay religion. I'm not joking, it's a freaking religion, it's a cult. They do witnessing, and they have open reign through the public schools, they get funding to witness to young people. It's a cult. So it's like sending your children to a cult. They want to say, we're a cult, or Christians are a cult. They're the freaking cult. You know? I mean, nowadays the girls are super aggressive too. You know, they see a young boy who thinks he's like a beta male, you know, they think he's a beta male, they think he's easy, and they just want to screw up his life and just mess with him. They have no problem just ripping off his pants and giving him a blowjob. They screw people up, their lives up. You know what I mean? So you gotta watch out, and you gotta tell your kids this in advance. They can't. The worst thing is if they're surprised by it. That's the worst thing. Then they don't know how to react. But if they've been prepared, mentally prepared, spiritually prepared, that this is going to happen, or some degrees of this will happen, then you're arming them for success in that bad environment. Let's say you're in Germany, you can't take them out of the schools, so you're forced to go. Well, you got to tell them, you got to talk to them clearly. That's a free sex culture. Those kids are going to try to rape you. Those kids are going to try to screw up your life because they know you want to save yourself from marriage, and they want to screw up your marriage. You know? But having these like times, or one-on-one times with your kids, which are not based on, you should be fixing this, you should be fixing that, you should be fixing this. Well, that's now no longer a positive moment now. You see what I'm saying? Now your day with them become a nagging day with them. Now they don't want to go on the day. You see what I'm saying? So you have to make sure the days with the kids are, they're giving glory to God and we're thankful for one another. You see what I'm saying? Now how important is it to remind yourself, we're grateful for this, we're grateful for that, right? That's so important. I used to say to my kids, we're grateful we have, and they would say, each other. We're so blessed to have. They would say, what would they say? We're so blessed to have.
Each other.
Each other. See what I'm saying? And even just reminding as a team, reminding each other of this. And of course, you know, trying your best, nobody's perfect, but trying your best to fulfill those things. You know what I mean? Small things. Remind people, remind everybody that, hey, we have a lot to be grateful for. You know? When everything seems like it's going wrong in the blessing, everything seems like, oh, it's collapsing. No. Stop getting emotional. Count your blessings. What are you grateful for? Every time the devil tries to tempt you, oh, this is bad, this is bad. Okay, wait a minute. What am I grateful for?
Divine principle.
Yeah, it was very simple. You can say very quick, right? You can do something. You can do, if you think about it, you can say 3 things you're grateful for right now. So easy, not hard at all. But there's studies on this. There's studies on this that show people who even say, who write a gratitude journal, right? Every day they write about things they're grateful for. They are more happy than those who do not. Did you know that? Did you know that? That's a study right out of UPenn, positive psychology, one of the top courses at Harvard. They found a study that if you just write a gratitude journal and you just write even 3 things you're grateful for every day, your level of happiness goes up. But the Bible is talking about counting your blessings, right? It's an ancient principle, just learning how to be grateful for God's grace. It's not like it's new or anything. But science is confirming. You know? I mean, something simple like that literally changes your life. If you find yourself getting depressed and overcome the spirit of this or that, you're just not remembering what you're grateful about. Did you know that positive psychology also has proven that more effective than any of these psychotropic drugs that they put people on for depression, like Xanax and all this stuff, you know what? 3 times a week of exercise is more effective. 3 times times a week of 20 minutes of exercise is more effective than antidepressants. Hello? It's like common sense, right? Or people are getting sunlight, sunshine. Going out, taking a walk in God's creation. It's actually healing. You get vitamin D, etc. People get depressed in the wintertime, right? Because they have less vitamin D, they're not getting as much sun. Because it's too cold out there. That's why you go out, because it's cold. It's fantastic. It's invigorating. We're going to do ice bath, ice water training. Pennsylvania, minus 20-degree weather. So you break the ice, you jump in like the Russians do that too, Russian people. That's good for your health. Do you guys do that in Russia? You do that? The ice water in the right? Right? In Russia they do that, right? That's good for your health. That boosts your immune system. You have 80,000 miles of nerve endings in your body. Do you know that? 80,000 miles of nerves. Did you know that? Isn't that crazy? 80,000 miles of nerves. You stimulate that when you jump in an ice bath. All of them turn on fire. They turn on. They're constricting, they're expanding. All this kind of stuff. So that's why you know cold shower training. Cold shower, you feel alive after a cold shower. Woo! You feel like, if you take a hot shower, oh, I'm so tired. So relaxed. You take cold shower, woo! You get the power, energy. You know what I mean? It's invigorating, right? You feel alive. Your nerve endings are on all alert in the mode, and they're trying to pump blood through to keep you warm. Or your vascular system is pumping blood to your heart to protect your core. So your blood is pumping, everything's working. You're not just sitting there relaxed. Oh, everything's sleeping. You get everything working. And you get healthy. That cold training is good. That cold training is good. You know? In Italy, you have snow? In Italy, you have snow?
In the north.
In the north, a little bit.
North Italy.
No, they have a little snow, but that's a high mountain or something?
Yes.
Alps, you have Alps in
People
Italy.
are living to
Oh, okay, yeah.
In the Alps, many snow.
Alps have a lot of snow. Yeah. Herman, you like snow, right? You're a mountain.
I like skiing.
He's mountain man.
I like skiing.
He'd take off his shirt and go in the snow. He'd play in the snow like a big bear. Herman. And he'd play a flute in the snow. Oh, wonderful. You know?
How about live in Africa? There's only warm.
I know, that's true. But they still have ice in Africa. You can buy I guess you can buy ice. But it's amazing, like science is now proving some of these very old, ancient remedies, ways of prayer and fasting. It's healthy for your body. You know, they're finding now fasting is healthy for your body. Water fasting is the best stem cell growth system. Did you know that? Water fasting. That's basically fasting. In our church, we call it fasting, normal fasting, right? Which is water fasting. They say that's the best for stem cell regeneration in your body. Isn't that incredible? It's like the science is proving all these things are actually healthy for your body. Cold showers and fasting and eating not 3 times a day, eating twice or once a day. It actually lets your digestion work and you let the stuff move and pass through instead of filling. You know? You let your whole digestion move everything through. 12 hours to digest red meat, for example. Okay? 12 hours digest red meat, you eat in the morning, 8 o'clock in the breakfast, then you eat again 12 o'clock, that's only 4 hours. And you just had red meat, you had bacon and salami in the breakfast. And then for lunch you had a hamburger. And at 3 o'clock you have cappuccino. And then at dinner you have a steak. So your digestion is never able to eliminate everything in your tract. It's actually letting your digestion rest and eliminate everything, 12-hour rest, plus a little more, then it lets it rest. You'll feel so much better. You'll feel actually weird eating 3 meals. Oh, it's too much. Too much. It's, oh, you know, you'll feel weird. They're now starting to discover all these things are healthy for you. You know, so if you haven't done your cold shower training a long time, get back on it. It's good. Freeze that body up. Make it work, you know, make it work. You haven't done fasting in a while? Get back on some fasting training. It's good for you. You don't need to boast about it. The Bible says don't boast about it. God knows. Don't boast about it. But it's actually good for your health. When's the last time you jumped in ice water? You know what I mean? You unlock your epigenetics. You know?
Jump in the flesh and dump it.
In the flesh Atlantic. Yeah, the ocean water is actually pretty stable, right? Pretty cool. What's it, like 40 degrees, I think? Normal temperature is like 40 degrees, I think, right? For not tropical. Tropical is warmer.
We don't understand Celsius.
Oh, you don't understand Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit, yes.
So maybe Celsius. How much? 40. What's it? Yeah, 32 Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius. Saying something. 0 is cold, right? 0 Celsius cold water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's icy.
That's
Freezing.
Yeah, but even ice freezes. It's only the top.
Yeah, not too cold.
The bottom doesn't freeze.
But the wind is cold.
So if you break the ice on top, you can jump in the ice water.
Yeah.
But you get shocked, your body's shocked, and you can drown. You know, if you're going slow or you get used to the training, you know what I mean? You don't go deep at first. You can shock and die and you sink. You know? Well, it's a great training ground, you know, God's creation. Great training ground. It's a fantastic friend. We did not ice. It wasn't ice water, but we did. It was winter. That's right. After winter, we did a workshop in Yosu with Father, and then after winter, we took all the participants to run into the ocean. Everybody had to run in and dunk. Everybody had to go all the way and come out. Everybody felt so refreshed. It was great. It was like 200 people running into the ocean in the middle of winter. They thought we were crazy. Those Moonies are nuts. What are they doing? It was fantastic. You know, but this actually now they're proving this is a great health benefit. All you ladies want to look young and have beautiful skin? Hit that ice water, baby. Hit that ice water. You know? Oh my goodness. Keep you young, you know, keep your mind goes on fire. Your mind turns on. Your brain turns on. It's amazing. You know, but all these things that, you know, we used to do, actually, and this is really their gift. You know, these kind of spiritual exercises are gifts. They're healthy for your body. They're healthy for your body, healthy for your mind, help you focus on spiritual things. You know, they're actually wonderful things to do. I mean, you don't have to go so extreme you're killing yourself like this, right? But even doing this on a regular basis or intermittently, this is a really wonderful thing. It's not going to gain you salvation. You're not going to become perfect because of it. But they can be small conditions. They can be small condition offerings. You know? But also they make you healthy. You like that? Oh, she like cheating a little bit, no? I'm just joking, it's not cheating. It's not cheating. You get a benefit. You get a benefit of doing like a condition offering. and then God give you like more health. You know? You know, so anyways, we talk about too many things. Too many things. What time is it? 9 o'clock. We have too much fun. We have too much fun.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? No, I see you guys sleeping in the back. When are we going to the bunker?
We meet at 12:30,
12:30.
or let's say better 12 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
And we have only a few cars, so if more like to come, we could rent a car. So we estimate per person, if you go 5 persons in a car, you would maybe pay 18 euro something. And then we could hire a car.
Where are we going? We're going to bunker.
Explain where we go.
Okay. We're going to a nuclear bunker?
We're going home. We have to train.
Fortification in the mountain,
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's
and
interesting.
then one nuclear bunker.
In the mountain,
No, this will be in the same place where we are.
underground. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting.
Cool.
That's interesting. All right.
So it's 1 hour drive.
And Mr. Larry Pratt also will come with us. And okay, good. I guess. Very good. Okay. Wow, Christian wearing a hunting jacket. Look, he's got the orange hunting inside.
Let's see.
You've been hunting recently, Christian?
I'm thinking to apply for hunter's
Oh,
license,
good. Very
but
good.
it's complicated.
Very good.
I have to study and make.
Very good. Very good.
Oh, just come to PA
That's
and I'll
great.
take you out.
Lisa's an amazing hunter. She's a very high level hunter. How many deer you catch this year? 3?
3.
She already caught 3 deer this year.
This year?
This year. She's very good. She's very good. You know, so she defeated, God, you know, give her strength. She defeated cancer last year. She had bone cancer. Was it bone cancer? God healed her, give her the power to fight through the bone cancer. You know, they thought she was going to die. The doctor said, we can't do anything.
But he prayed for me now.
Huh?
No, he prayed for me. That's what did it.
And God gave her power. She said, cancer, go away. Now she's out there in the woods hunting again. 3 deer she already caught.
So great.
She's killing the king. I'm doing terrible this year.
Do you sell it to them?
I'm doing terrible.
Eat 'em.
I didn't catch anything this year. Kuchinim got me close. We went during bow season,
Yeah.
and he gave me his crossbow. You know, crossbow is like a bow and like a gun, but a bow. What do they call that? What is? Hapalet? Abros? Abros? That sounds like arbor. That sounds like tree.
Like an arm. Oh, it's the arm.
Oh, that's an arm? Arm is arbros? This is the bust?
Yeah,
What is, how do you say that? The bust?
yeah. Yeah, push.
Oh, the bust.
The push.
The brush? Brush.
Push.
Brush.
It's this thing.
It's the bust. In English, they say the bust.
Right, arm pass.
Arm bust. They call it, but why? How come it has a bow?
Yeah, but we call it like this.
Brush is the chest.
Oh, the brush is a test.
The chest you put.
This crossbow is like, call it like cross, you know, like cross.
No, because you hold it like
Oh, it's like, is it?
yeah, you hold it like that.
It's like a cross, right? I thought that was why they call it a crossbow.
Yeah, that's actually why they call it that.
Anyways, Kukjinim, he has high-level crossbow, and he's very good. And he got me in a nice spot in his farm, on his farm. And he got the deer pretty close. And, you know, I was hunting with a crossbow, so we're hunting from his window. The deer come right by the window. No, that's not cheating. He prepared the place. I just went there, okay? But we were in his window, and the deer came by, and I pulled the shot. I pulled it. Because I was practicing a lot with my AR, and tactical fight shooting is more close range, and it's faster. So I was pulling the trigger, and this is more, you gotta really squeeze it. Slow, nice and light. You know, and I pulled it a little bit, and I turned just like that, it went pew! Boom, hit him in the neck. So he didn't go down. It doesn't kill him if you get hit in the neck.
He falls out.
So then I missed one that way. And then he got me near about 50 yards, 50 meters, 45 meters, because he has apple tree on his farm. So the deer love the apple tree. They come to the apple tree. So he got me, from the same window, okay, shooting an apple tree, 45 yards. But I did the distance wrong. I thought it was 45. He was 55.
Oh.
I did the rangefinder. I did the thing and the digital clock, and it said, it said 45, so I think 45. But I must have, did the digital rangefinder lower. So we actually walked out there, and it was 55 yards. So it went under, hit his fur on the bottom. Boom, like here on the bottom. Just his fur is on the ground. Oh boy, that was my 2 chances this year with archery. But it's amazing, to get out there in the morning, like Lisa said, in the morning, get out there and you see, even though you don't know a deer come by your tree stand, like a couple of years ago, Robert, he's very good hunting too. He put the urine everywhere, the deer urine, and he got the bucks come real close to me, and I was hunting with my Korean traditional bow that Lisa gave me. Traditional Korean bow. Not compound bow, no machine on it, just like the traditional short, small bow, Mongolian bow. So I had that, and I'm sitting there in the tree, on the bottom of the tree, in my hoodie and something, wool blanket. And Robbie, he got the deer very close, maybe 10 meters, 15 meters. But I could not shoot it because only had 2 horns. 2. He needs like 3 on one side. And then like 1 here. 2 on one and 1 like that. But this one had only 1. He was too small. I couldn't get it. So I'm not the greatest hunter. I'm not the greatest hunter. But I'm training, I'm practicing. Getting better at it.
It's just the beginning of the year.
That's right, it's just the beginning. But we do a lot of training with the young people. We train a lot of martial arts training, so that takes up a lot of my time. It's hard to get out to do that kind of the hunting training. But anyway, it was good, very good. Anyways, I think it was wonderful, and everybody coming from every place in Europe to attend the European Sovereign Citizens Alliance. That was a very good historic moment, right across the street from the North Korean delegation that's coming in to negotiate whether or not we will have World War III or not. That's exciting.
Actually, when we arrived yesterday,
They were there, right? I heard the paparazzi was there. They were there and taking a picture.
and they agreed to go together.
Really?
They agreed to go, to the Olympics.
In the news last night.
And what's it Trump said? Trump said, I have a bigger button than you. And it works. Trump is amazing. He said, I have a bigger button and it works. Rocket Man. Amazing. Amazing. So the micro and macro moving so powerful. Everything we do in the micro already we can see is influencing the macro. So I wouldn't be surprised after this kind of microcosmic, offering in Europe, then you see something breaking through in Europe, especially with sovereignty rights. Maybe in Eastern Europe to begin, but maybe it has to come from the East to the West. But this kind of sovereignty and citizens' arms movement, it has huge potential to break out in Eastern Europe. Czechoslovakia, we got a nice report about that. What also, what's Hungary, Austria has potential, right? Austria has potential.
Yes.
You see? So it may start there, eventually go to other parts of Europe, but that's a beginning because that gives more pressure for sovereignty against the EU, even though they're more economically weak, but still, they still want to rob those nations too, the EU. They still want to vampirically feed off of those nations as well. So the more people talking about this and having this debate, and bring it to public forefront, pushing the boundary of political correctness. This is absolutely essential because one has to push back against the free speech tyrants who are trying to destroy free speech. And to push back against that, because otherwise they'll take it all. That's the nature of tyrants. You give them a little, they take everything. That's why people who think like, oh, we'll just give in to evil because they'll treat us nicely if we're nice to them. You idiot! If you treat predators nice, they see you as weak and they pray, they feast. Right? That's why predators need to be dealt with on the language they understand, and that is force. That's the only way you can fend off predators is by their language, which they understand. And that's why citizen armament and citizens having the rod of iron is so important, because that's the only language evil understands. It's the only language they fear. Now, we don't do that or have that power given to us by God for the sake of building fear in people. But we have it, we have that power, we have the rod of iron or we have the crown, not as a symbol of worship, right? We're not supposed to worship the crowns, or we're not supposed to worship the AR-15. We had this discussion the other day with Peter from England. These things are not to be objects of worship. They're supposed to be accoutrements that are given to us by God, who is to be worshipped. God is to be worshipped, but He's given us these things to have dominion over the earth with. You see? But these are not things we should be worshiping. So, for example, like in some Japanese tradition, they bow to the sword and stuff like that. That's not good. From a Chinese perspective, bowing to the sword and stuff like that, that's not necessary. Because it's an object. You don't need to bow to the AR-15 or the Chanigo, approved rifle, right? That is just accoutrement of a king. It's an accoutrement, biblical accoutrement, important accoutrement of force against evil, but it is an accoutrement. It's not to be worshipped. We're supposed to worship God, who gives us the power of those things to fulfill the commandment and promise He gave. Be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion of the earth. Not so we can rule in tyranny, but so that we can protect people, love God and love our neighbor, and prevent tyranny, and prevent wolves from ruling the farm. Because if wolves rule the farm, guess what's for dinner every night? Sheep.
Yeah.
Oh, chicken. Pollo. Pollo barajo. Empanadas. Do we have any Spanish-speaking people here? Nobody speaks Spanish here? Aren't you people European? Aren't you supposed to speak Spanish? Don't you all speak like 5 languages or something? What's wrong with you? Aren't you? Mostly. But that's what happens. So that's why it's so important to have sovereignty, as symbolized by the crown, and also defense of sovereignty, which is symbolized by the rod of iron. And I guarantee you, that is something that evil fears. That is the language they fear. So you see the people, this logo, they fear this. This is a scary logo. This is a very scary logo. You know what I mean? If you think about it, that's a scary logo. For good, it's not scary. It's like, oh yeah, that helps protect everybody. But for evil, that's scary. The evil are very much into symbology, right? And not only that, even animals that are predators, if you think about it. When an animal comes, like a bear or a wolf trying to come and eat you, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to make your silhouette big, right? If you have a jacket, you pick up your jacket and make a big jacket, like, blah, right? You make yourself look bigger, and then the predator sees that, what is this, they're coming to get you, and they back away, and they come back, and, they do that because they're scared. What is going on? They're trying to read what's going on. They don't want to die. You see, Human predators are the same. They're same. You know? So if human predators know that normal people who look normal are armed, they're scared. They don't know who. It's a surprise to them. It's like gambling with their life. They don't want to play Russian roulette. They don't want to play gambling with their life. Right? They may try to go rob one of these girls, but that girl may, as soon as they come close, bum, 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 and now he's dead. Now they're in trouble. Now all the other predators who heard that story, they're saying, shoot, we can't even rape girls anymore? What kind of world is this? Hey, let's bring the jihadis in. I mean, it's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? That's what happens. Right? You see what I'm saying? And that's why we like our queens and princesses to be training, and of course in training they will be training. But they are training and they are powerful. They can still be beautiful and stylish. Look at the queen, isn't she beautiful and stylish?
Yeah.
Damn! Hey! She's supermodel! Chanyeonguk supermodel! Dang! Did you see the pre-Philippine English calendar of her? Oh my goodness. Here, show that, sister. Let me see. Let me see that.
Oh, she has it. I know.
Let me see.
Professional.
Let me see. Okay, thank you. Whoa! Who's that supermodel? Very talented photographer. She knows the photography very well. Wow, you see that? That's some of our peace ninjas that are training the kids, you know, training over there. You know? That's another shot of them at night. This was actually on Karam's property. On the, there's a container there. Whoa! Who's hunting the predators? Ah, doesn't she look amazing? She look good there, right? She look amazing. Whoa! Who's on patrol of the kingdom? You better watch out, devil. Devil better watch out. Now she's getting some empty hands training. Getting a jiu-jitsu training. She's getting her jiu-jitsu training. You see? Whoa, she got a Kali Eskrima training. Woo. Oh boy, you better watch out. You better watch out. She got a Kali Eskrima training. Kali Eskrima and Silat. Oh my gosh.
What's this?
That's a knife fighting art. Knife fighting, Filipino knife fighting art. Look at this. Amazing. She got the shamag. Shamag. Amazing. Whoa!
Oh, that's my picture. Oh, that is so cool.
My daughter took that picture. You see that? Here, is she doing some outdoor training, the bushcraft training? Making fire? Gränsförsbruks. You know Gränsförsbruks? Where is that? That's in Sweden. In Sweden, you know Gränsförsbruks. They make the best axes in the world. This axe. Hulteversbruks. Gränsförsbruks. They make the best axe. Amazing. Anyway, so she's doing some axe training and some firecraft. There she is doing some mountain training. You see that? There she is at hunting season. She's camouflaged. Isn't that amazing? That's a 20 gauge and she's camouflaged for that. And then this is a picture with all the, is this only girls? There's all our girl ninjas. This is like a, what was the sewage treatment plant? In the factory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, and there's father with the rifle up there. See? Father with the rifle. And then all these are the small pictures here. You can pass that around, you can see that. Isn't that amazing? Did you know that True Father, during the time where the death threats were very high, True Father, Hyung Jin used to do security in front of his room at nighttime. So Hyung Jin would help with the security staff, and he would guard the nighttime watch over Father's room. And Father had a, what is it, 44 Magnum? Anyway, he had a revolver pistol under his pillow during that time. Yeah. People don't know that. You never heard those kind of things.
James Bond.
You see, you never heard, for example, that True Mother Kong was the #1 seller in the rifle business. She was #1 seller. In Father's first business, which was the rifle business. You know? But that is, I show all the guys, even very tough guys, military guys, special ops, they see this kind of say, wow, that's a powerful woman. That's a powerful woman. Because even a woman, she's what, 110 maybe? Right? So she's small. Compared to a man, she's small, right? Men are much bigger. I'm like 200 pounds, right? Guys are heavier than me, bigger. So we're like double the weight. You know? I can pick up our feet easy, off her feet easy. You know, when we're training, I do just one arm, lift her up. Right? Men have much more physical strength than women, and we're bigger. Right? We have 13 times the amount of steroid in our body compared to women. But think about it, as soon as she has that rod of iron, because she has that, now she's at the fighting power of a military man. Because she knows how to operate the AR-15 and rod of iron. She's now at a, nobody can deny that power. You see? Now she may run slower than men, but still her firepower, her power of offense and defense now becomes more like that. You see? So it's the greatest force equalizer. You know? You got some of these big European guys here. Maybe they weigh 200 pounds or a little more than that. How much you weigh, Mike? What are you, 200? 190? 180, 180? Okay, so he's like more of a middleweight size guy. But still, he can easily overpower women, and it's a joke. You know, I've trained him a little bit, and he's also trained with in jiu-jitsu, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, right? He's been obedient. He was one of the first, I think, in Germany to listen to the king and get his training on. I think you're one of the first, right? But, I mean, he can dominate regular boys who are untrained very easily. But, I mean, girls, it's a joke. It's a joke. You need to start training jiu-jitsu, young man. No, not you, him. You're starting, right?
I did Muay Thai.
Yeah, you're starting Muay Thai. Okay, but you'll see it. As soon as you actually do combat sport, you'll see the power difference between men and women.
Why you choose jiu-jitsu Brazil style?
No, because that's a real fighting art. Yeah, it's a combat art. For example, U.S. Special Forces all required to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, many of them black belts. It takes 10 years to be a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It takes so long. Tens of thousands of fights, you know, to fight everybody just over and over, just only based on performance. You know, so it's a fighting art. It's not a traditional art. Yeah, well, you practice mostly grappling, but you do practice defense against punches for that. In the modern, you know, mixed martial art like UFC, you see in Europe too, you see MMA, so that this is all the base is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and wrestling, and then on top of that, Muay Thai, some of that. But the Jiu-Jitsu guys beat all the Muay Thai guys, the karate guys, Taekwondo. They killed them all. That's why they all started learning Jiu-Jitsu. you know. But again, many people in that community are deluded because in real combat, 40% civilian combat and attacks and assaults involve weapons. 40% involve weapons. So even I tell our kids who are training, you can't be deluded, even though you're getting tougher with empty hands and you can, you can dominate people with your empty hands. You can't be deluded because normal confrontations will not, 40% will have weapons. So that's why they learn, for example, very dangerous arts like knife fighting and stuff like that. And they learn how to carry those systems on them. And then of course, and the Queen also, she's training double knife system and double knife carry. As well as she also does concealed carry for a firearm as well. So now I'm getting her to the level where she will be carrying 2 firearms, 2 blades, and also have, extensive empty hands combat as well. That's a dangerous woman, very dangerous woman. Becoming more dangerous. She's no match for her master, for her sensei. But I won't mess her with when she has guns. You know? But this is the predators speak this language. That's why normal people don't get it, but predators get it. That's why it's important to understand the predator's mindset. They don't speak in normal language. They only speak in force and domination. That's why when you look at the politics of the world, it's basically predators talking to each other. Global politics, basically predators talking to each other. So one nation says, okay, we're going to take this, and the other nation says, no. Then they say, okay, we're going to kill you then. And the other nation said, okay, you want to fight? Okay, how many troops do you have? Well, we have this many troops. How many? We have this many troops. Okay, we give up. That's how basic global politics is threats, constant threats. That's the reality of negotiation. That's why Trump is saying, oh, you have a red button? We have a bigger button. And it works all the time. What is that? It says, we'll kill you. If you do something stupid, we're going to kill you. It's force. It's the negotiation of force. So predators only understand that language. Right? That's why the rule of rod of iron is very fearful for evil people. Very, very fearful. If you look at Father, if you spend time with Father all day, all night, and you follow him around, he doesn't spend time in hotels. That's a very small part of his life. Very tiny. But mostly our members saw him in just a hotel or conference, something like that, right? That's not his life. The majority of his life is in the wilderness, on a boat, around guys in Alaska who have guns all over them, carrying shotguns everywhere. This is where he's at. That's the majority of his life. The majority of Father's life is, with basically blue-collar people, blue-collar workers, laborers, and, fishermen, hunters, and people like that. So he's very comfortable on people like that. Military guys who have military previous experience like that. He's not like academic. Father is not, giving conferences in hotels all the time. That's how it may seem, but he's not. Father much rather enjoy Hoon Dok Hae, not in a hotel room, whatever. He enjoyed outside or on his boat. We used to have Hoon Dok Hae, and then all in the lunchtime, then we're on the boat and we're eating yukgaejang on the boat. And she's throwing up because she gets seasick. And she has to go to the basement of the boat to lay down because she can't handle the boat. That's where he is most of the time.
Sorry, why we got educated as Moonies, everything to be nice and in big nice shapes, so we have a completely wrong image about everything.
Yeah,
we're
Father
shocked.
wants us to be approachable so that we can witness to the Lord of Second Advent. But, he doesn't expect you dressed in a nice suit for the bears. When you go Alaska with him, you're wearing the long, chaps, the rubber boots that come up to your, like waders. You wear that and you go out and you smell and you. In Europe, people don't shower as often, right? There's some smelly people in Europe. Is that right?
In the past.
I walk in the airport. You got a lot of body odor in the airport. Smelly guys in the airport.
That's all the foreigners that come through.
That's the foreigners. It's amazing. And they have now the deodorant that's mineral salt. Did you see this? It's organic. No chemicals. It's like a mineral salt. And you just make it wet and then you put it on and you have no smell. That's really healthy. I like that. No, you get at the health store. Yeah, they have deodorant. You put the normal deodorant, it has aluminum. It's poisoning your body. You're putting aluminum, one of the most toxic poisons. Also causes, not brain cancer, the Alzheimer's. Aluminum causes Alzheimer's. Yeah, there's correlations to Alzheimer's. So taking aluminum and parabens out of your deodorant by using the salts that are mineral, it actually stops the deodorant smell. But it's a mineral salt. It's a mineral, a natural mineral. It doesn't give you the poisoning. Your very big bloodstream come through your armpit. Big vein here come through here into your heart system here, through your heart, and then you also have big in your femoral arteries here and here, carotid. But you have a big one right here in your armpit. So a knife fighting, you cut that. But here in the armpits, you have a lot of passage of heat and some of that, and of course you have all that. If you're absorbing aluminum into that big vein, that's going all throughout your body, the aluminum. And no good for your brain. It's like slow poisoning. You can slowly poison people by making them eat poison, little bit of poison every day. Put a little poison in the water, put a little poison in the food, like GMOs, that's poison. There's shown cancer directly linked to GMO. Sterilization in mice, 3 generations down, sterilized. GMOs. That's a French study. Because Monsanto, who owned by Bill Gates, also their lawyer, Michael Taylor, is the head of the FDA, which is Food and Drug Administration, regulate food in the US. So basically Bill Gates and Monsanto, who makes GMO product, says it's healthy and gives the FDA stamp so that Americans are eating poison that gives them cancer. And also poison that gives them sterilization in 3 generations. In the French study, they did that with mice. Huge tumors in 1 generation. Huge cancer tumors. That's a French study. But they don't allow those in the US because Monsanto and Bill Gates owns the GMO companies and they own the FDA. Ridiculous. See, this is what happens. This is what happens in political scenes. So you have a slow poisoning of the people. For example, they took out iodine in the water and the salt. Iodine is absolutely essential, halogen for your body. I know, Angela Merkel, go away. It's a natural, it's halogen, your body needs iodine. Your limb function, your hormones function off of iodine. And you cannot get iodine from yod. Yeah. You cannot get iodine from other sources. You have to get them from like minerals. You used to be able to get them through different things like agriculture products that would have, the earth had some minerals and iodine, no longer now. So you have to get your iodine, but if you don't take iodine, your hormones get thrown off. And your IQ drops, by 15%. 15 points, 15 points. That's a Harvard study. Harvard study shows people who are deficient in iodine has 15% less IQ. So if you're poisoned slowly, you're weaker, you're dumber, you're easier to defeat. Right? You're poisoned. But if you're eating healthy foods, organic things, and you're growing your own stuff, and you're growing, basically food is, if you learn how to grow stuff, you're making money. You're creating money from the earth. Every cabbage you grow is 5 euros. Or whatever it is, right? 3 euros, whatever it is. Right, or whatever. Or your eggplant, everything you grow is money. But again, you're not taught to think that way. You're taught only dollars and bank accounts. It's ridiculous. Permaculture and farming, learning to farm, that's money. You're growing money from the earth. You have to, that's organic food, that's expensive in the supermarket. You would have to go buy that in the supermarket at very high inflated prices while you could grow it at home. But they don't want people doing those things. They don't want people farming. They don't want people growing food. They don't want people hunting. They don't want people fishing. They don't want people learning combat martial arts. They don't want people having the AR-15 because then you're weak. And you're easy to control. And if they can poison you, you're dumber. Your IQ drops. Your immune function is worse. You have cancer, higher probability of cancer, heart disease, diabetes, glaucoma, you name it. Okay? So it's a very strict, Henry Kissinger, some of these evil people, they wrote about this in the 1960s. In his food treatise in the UN, these evil people were writing about it. We want to use food as a weapon to sterilize African populations. Basically use food to force people to sterilize. Otherwise they won't get a welfare food. So the Roman government, the Roman Empire, they used to say, control the bread and circus, and you control the population. So they control the food, then people will do anything for food, like in Venezuela. The women will sell their body for 1 gallon of milk. Because the government controls the food supply, you see? So people have no access to food, so then they will sell their body, they'll do whatever they want, what the pimp says, they'll prostitute themselves for food. You see? And then you control the circus, which means entertainment, and then you're able to keep the population in a daze, in a state of weakness, in a state of arrested development. And that's what they do, the video games, the TV program, the media, the lies, all that stuff. It's just meant to keep you in a daze, a confused state. So you don't know what's going on, and you don't know what the reality of the world. That's how you keep weak, and that's how they keep a monopoly. And remember, these people at the top, they're completely Satanist.
The world population by 1/3 to secure the human.
Oh, they want to more than that. They want to reduce by 90%.
By 90%.
90%. Their depopulation discussions, as Oprah Winfrey, by the way, is included in that. Rockefellers, Gates, Bill Gates is in that cabal. They call themselves the Super Friends. Oprah's in it. They believe they're superheroes when they want to kill 90% of the human race. I mean, these people are the worst. They're the worst predators on the planet. Parading around to be good people. They're completely wicked, evil people. They want to get rid of 90% of the population because they say the earth cannot sustain this big of a population. When human beings have always been able to create new technology to sustain us and survive. We've always been able to do that. And we will continue to do so as well. We'll build water cities, we'll build air cities, we'll build underwater cities. Father talked about that. Yes. We'll build floating cities, we'll build whatever it takes to survive. Human beings will do it. We will not just die in a trash bed death. Human beings will create, different technology that will cope with overpopulation on land masses. No question about it. Father talked about it with boats that will connect and become cities. Father was talking about that. He was talking about 14-story boats as well that are basically traveling islands. I mean, you see that with cruise ships and stuff. But half of it would be underwater, permanently, And you'd have hotels, underwater hotels, which they exist in like Dubai and some of that, I guess, right? Some places like that. But Father was talking about this, that the boats will be able to link up and become mini cities.
Yeah.
There's plenty of space for people. It's just the human-hating, anti-human, dehumanizing, archangelic, satanic desire of these super elites It's like Prince Philip, who said that he wants to be reincarnated as a virus to kill off the population, to do a service for Mother Earth.
He's Joker.
This is what you get with Gaia theology, okay? With the environmental, environmental greenies. They're in a cult. They believe in a cult. They believe in a religion. That religion teaches them that the earth is actually a feminine goddess, that it's a Mother Earth, and you tread lightly on Mother Earth. You hear this one? Tread lightly. Don't harm Mother Earth. Give me a break. The dirt is not, the dirt or the earth is not anthropomorphized as a female goddess. It may be in a feminine position to heaven. That doesn't make it an anthropomorphized goddess, which is a living thing in which we're supposed to worship and which we are supposed to see ourselves as the virus upon. In Gaia theology, human beings are the virus.
Parasite.
They're the parasites that are destroying Mother Earth. And if it wasn't for these bad viruses that we call human beings, Mother Earth would be so healthy. You see what I'm saying? They see human beings as the virus, as the cancer. And that's why they want to get rid of human beings. It's funny that they're human beings, the predator human beings are saying that.
Yeah, right.
They just want to get rid of the other human beings and live that they can prey off of the, and exploit all their resources for themselves.
I read the Bible from the health point of view. And God told Noah in Genesis to put a lot of fat in his ark to survive the flood.
And they say, what is it? Christ said in the last days, it will be as the days of Noah. What were they doing in the days of Noah? Genesis 6 talks about, the Bible talks about the Nephilim and the angels coming down, the fallen angels come down from the spirit world, and they start copulating with the women. So they start creating hybrid. They start having sex with women. They start raping the women, and they start creating all these what the Bible calls, giants, or some of the translation giants, but the Hebrew word is Nephilim, which is basically a hybrid between a demon and a human, a woman. And so you had all these different races that were descendants of these Nephilim, and then God, of course. So they're basically doing genetic modification. They're doing genetic modification. All these things where they're making the chimeras nowadays, the AI, that stuff becomes evil. Even Elon Musk is talking about it. Elon Musk? He's the head of Tesla and head of, the Zuma project and the rocket ship? SpaceX, yeah. I mean, Elon Musk has been warning about this too. He's actually coming out to be a patriot, that bozo. Even though he takes like $500 million from the federal government and the U.S. taxpayer, the total robber baron. But, but on the other side, he is more of a patriot than other people. Apparently he's working with Julian Assange and some people in the intelligence agency to leak data. But Elon Musk, for example, he's been warning about AI. He's not Christian, I don't believe. But anyways, he says it's dangerous, that AI will destroy humanity. And it's very simple. You don't have to be an idiot. You don't have to be a brain scientist to understand why. The AI is made to solve problems. And if they do the analysis of the world, they're going to come to the conclusion, well, humans make problems. Get rid of problem, eradicate humans. It's a pretty simple formula. Then you have no more problems, according to the AI. They've solved their problem. But they've killed all of you in the process. Because they don't have a moral compass, they don't have a conscience. They are programmed many times by socialist commies, lefties. So their moral framework is completely communist. Just like Alexa, did you see this with Alexa was released by Amazon, and they were exposed by Steven Crowder, one of the libertarian people, and he asked it, who is Muhammad? And Alexa, the computer, says, Muhammad is a wise prophet of Islam. They say he's a wise prophet of Islam. Then he said, who is the Lord Jesus Christ? And then Alexa says, Jesus Christ is a fictional character.
Oh, yeah.
This is supposed to be the know-it-all. And then they said, oh, Steven Crowder's making that up. He's pre-programming it. So he made another video showing all the other viewers, like 10 different viewers, whatever, a whole view of videos that had the same answer. So you have these liberal lunatics that are programming this stuff to give this, this is supposed to be the all-knowing machines and AI that we're supposed to trust our lives to. You're supposed to trust your life to AI driving cars. How often does your phone have problems? Your phone has problems quite often if you think about it, right? This or that virus, your computer has this or that virus. Are you telling me you're going to give your life to a car that can drive AI? How easy is that to hack? How easy is that to get a virus? How easy is that to take over? You're telling me you're going to ride a car that is programmed by AI when AI is proven to break down, to have failure, and to be hackable. And you'll put your life in that, thinking it's trendy and cool because Hollywood and stupid media and some stars said so. But meanwhile, they don't drive AI. They have real cars and Porsches and Lamborghinis that they can drive with high performance. Oh, give me a break. This is ridiculous. It's not about freedom, it's about control. It's about surveillance. They want the black box in there to rate every single mile you take so they can tax every single mile by carbon tax. That's what they were trying to push. The Pope was helping them. Fake Pope. He was trying to push a carbon tax. So when you are driving your car, it has a black box in it, it already does, but it's recording, it's a not a tachometer, what is it? It records your mileage. And that mileage then is taxable by the government and the European Union, I'm sorry, the UN, One World Government. They wanted to tax you for every mile you make for carbon emissions. These people are complete freaks. They're control freaks. And the Pope and these fake preachers and the Anglican Church and these fake monarchies were supporting them. They're ridiculous. It's all about, it's just human tax farming. That's all they're doing. So you should never buy those stupid AR cars that drive you around. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? You're going to get in something like that? You have to be able to control the machine. They're going to make it a next gun that programs, that drives you. Pulls the trigger when it wants. You want to use that? No. You want to control it. You want to be able to control the machine. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Do you want the iPhone to be able to control you, or you want to control it? You don't want it to run you.
Michael told that in near future we are not everybody is allowed to drive.
She's nuts.
Yeah, she told us.
Meanwhile, she can have Lamborghini and Porsche.
Yeah.
And the thing about syncing people up with technology and microchipping and what is it, the AI connected to your brain. So, oh, you can, if you think about it, you can scan the internet on your brain. Okay. That's how they sell it to you. That's how they tell you to do it. Once you do it though, do you know how many people can go crazy if they hallucinate? If you can't stop images in your brain, if you can't stop things from showing up, you have computer glitches, you have stuff that people putting on there, hacking into it, and you have things that you cannot get out of your mind and can't get out of your vision, and you're hallucinating, seeing that, you're going to go nuts. Are you kidding me? You're going to put your life in that kind of danger? Ridiculous. But they always sell it. Oh, it's going to help you. It's going to be good. It's going to eliminate poverty. It's going to get rid of social ills. Give me a break. Okay, bye-bye. You go now.
Sorry, Hyung Jin, I've got to go too.
Okay.
Can I give you a gift before I go?
Okay, yes.
They're 2 gold coins.
Okay.
They're called gold sovereigns.
Oh, all right. Oh, nice. You made them?
No, they're
Oh,
jewelry.
okay. You made these?
No, they're gold coins, but they used to be our currency.
But these are these real?
Yeah, that's real gold.
These are real gold coins, or they're gold plated?
No, that's 8 grams of gold.
8 grams of gold. You got to keep this. I touch it.
I want to give it to you.
No, I know.
Because may not see you
I
again.
know. You gave it to me, and I give it back to you, and you keep that as a seed for your future assets. And you did give it to me, and I gave it back to you as a seed for your future assets.
Thank you.
Okay? Multiply. Okay? You know? So it's crazy. That kind of sovereignty, if you give away, you never get back. That's why the Bible talks about those who receive the mark of that kind of thing, they can't enter the kingdom. They have technology that change your genome and change your genetics. You're becoming a GMO. That's a dangerous thing. You're becoming some kind of hybrid that a human being is modifying. That's not God's creation. That's when God gets angry. Very angry. That's like the days of Noah. They're doing that now. Chinese government been doing that for about 50 years. The U.S. government been doing about 40. They have top secret, classified, laboratories, etc., where they do that stuff. It's ridiculous what our U.S. government is doing. It's absurd. They're running the Afghanistan drug trade. They own, almost all the heroin production. It's ridiculous. The U.S. is in Afghanistan to guard the poppy fields. Do the Europeans know that? It's absurd. This is what you get. You get a mafia. Once you get centralized more and more, you get a mafia. It's the mafioso, the Vatican, the mafioso. You get a mafia, that's what you get. That's what happens when citizens can't be armed. You get a mafia sitting on top of you, ruling on top of you, with political Satanism. That's why this conference is a very important spiritual turning point, micro and macro, for Europe. This is good. This is very good. All of you stood up. I mean, you didn't. I don't think did you risk your lives to come? You didn't risk your lives.
Yeah, we did.
You did?
5-hour drive is a risk.
You'll be arrested by Angela Merkel upon return. The MP police waiting outside for you. I brought you in here to send you to the police. Okay, I mean, it was crazy. Okay. But it's like that's what happened. That is what happens with political things. But this microcosmic condition then become a condition where Europe then can have a step away from political Satanism and come one step closer to the kingdom. Donald Trump is already coming to Europe. You know he's going to shake things up when he's here. He's not going to be he's going to be shaking. He's going to shake it up at the Davos group. He needs to tell them they're fired. How do I say you're fired in German? Huh? How is it? Gefeuert. He needs to do that to the Davos group. Fired. He's going to shake it up.
Hopefully.
But this is a great condition. So everybody did a great job. This is a great start for Europe, I think, bringing back to sovereignty and talking about Chenigu principles and culture. Who knows? You have to remember. Hamish Robertson's presentation yesterday. You hear the history of Europe in a nutshell. You can see how fast things change.
Yeah.
So fast. Countries rise and fall, and things change, and this gets split to this and this and that. You don't know how God changed things. You don't know what nation will say, we accept Chenigu, we want this. We want it. We want prosperity, we want sovereignty, we want freedom, we want strength, we want Kingship, we accepted. And they'll be the most prosperous nation on the planet. And very easily, people seeing that kind of result will, hey, we should start implementing that. We don't know how God will send them. God may put it to the point where the world, just in follow the original plan, like the able UN, where the Chinese Constitution becomes like the international constitution that protects all the nation's sovereignty, instead of the satanic UN Constitution, which is similar in spirit to the Family Fraud Constitution, which is worldwide communism. Ooh, it's nice and refreshing in here. Somebody open the window. You have a cold shower.
I overcome.
You know? But you get the, but who knows? We don't know how God will do it. Maybe God will stimulate the creation of the Sovereign Citizens of the World Alliance. And the establishment of the able UN with the Constitution. You never know. You never know how God will move. Because things move so quickly in the last days, so fast. Things change so rapidly. Look how the world is being flipped upside down the last 5 years. It's completely flipped upside down. The world that they were creating is completely overturned. Completely stopped. They almost had worldwide communism. If they could get Hillary Clinton inside the U.S., destroy U.S., disarm Republic, we're dead. We're gonna be just like Europe then. No chance. They almost had it. They almost had it.
Yes.
Even in our area, my goodness, it was such a battle. We were the first ones fighting for Donald Trump. We're the Asians. We're only everybody else white people in our region. You know, they're all white gun owners. We're the 2 Asian moon boys. We come in. We're talking about Donald Trump. All the Republicans say, Donald Trump. What an insult to the Republican Party. They wanted Ted Cruz. They wanted Rubio. Are you kidding me? You want to support these establishment Republicans? So we had so many debates at the meetings, at the governor's meetings. They invite us to this, ice fishing meetings, and all the elites are there. And God just made it so we got into those very quickly, very quickly. As soon as we got in Pike County, boom, boom, they were inviting us in. And then God started giving us a supernatural influence over these people, supernatural influence, beyond our capabilities. The Spirit of God began moving. And then these people started to say, Trump, 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 Trump. They didn't even know. They're saying, they're smiling, they're frowning. Oh, I don't like Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. It was amazing. And then they started turning. And then one of our associates, he owns 12 radio stations. So we got him on the Trump train too. He was for, what was he, for Cruz? So we got him on the Trump train. Then he started playing. He started allowing on his radios, networks. He owns 12. He started allowing on his network pro-Trump radio hosts. And he started carrying those networks more.
Right.
And then we had a 70,000 switchover in northeast Pennsylvania. That's what got Pennsylvania. That's what got President Trump into presidency. It's totally insane. We were 2 moon boys, came to table, and we lost, at least I lost everything. Cook Chin still had this strong business foundation, so he brought me into his home, and when I was on welfare and I was unemployed, and he brought me into his home, and he was able to help start the ministry center like that. So I couldn't have done it without Cook Chin being there as the elder brother, helping me. But that's why my father put us together. He knew. But these just two loyal, appointed sons that trusted Father. We lost everything. But God built it back so fast, so quick. Unbelievable, rapid speed. And to the point where, wow, we're blessed to even have Mr. Larry Pratt come with us to these meetings. Incredible. He's coming to Pennsylvania in February as well. Yeah, he's coming. So this unbelievable speed that the providence is moving, so fast, so rapid. So you don't know how fast. I mean, people don't understand, maybe in Europe, you don't know Mr. Larry Pratt. I mean, he can call the president. He can be on CNN, anything he wants to be on. Anything. But he's the humblest, most humble man.
Right.
This guy can call the president and say, President, can we have lunch next week? I mean, that's the level of Mr. Larry Pratt. He's not a joke. I mean, it's incredible. You know, usually people with that kind of incredible foundation don't open their foundation quickly to organizations they don't know. I just think it's the blessing of true Father, and he knows Father through Washington Times probably, and he just says, he knows probably Core Arms a little bit, and you know, it's just incredible. It's beyond our ability. God just moved. And these kind of folks are standing with us. So we're just so blessed. We feel so blessed. We feel the movement of God. The Holy Ghost is pouring out. His power. You know, we're able to clearly kick out Satan, kick out political Satanism. You know, clearly be able to see where, you know, the world, where people are actually standing. That's a huge blessing, because there's clarity and there's truth. It's amazing. Things moving so fast. We didn't know it was moved this fast. I hope it would move a little slower. You know, I wanted to work with some of the NRA guys in our local area. You know, smaller people. You know, bring them on the King's Report first, local level. You know what I mean? Maybe start at state, maybe a couple months down the road, you know, just warm myself up. I mean, God just threw me in the fire.
You went like that.
Went to the top person in the entire gun world. I mean, it's so fast. And then, you know, and I just have to try to catch up. Trying to catch up.
Like a rocket, you know, you went.
Yeah, but it's good. It's forcing me to move fast. Forcing me to even, you know, pray about scripture constantly, you know, just rod of iron, wow, that revelation came too after, right? All this kind of thing. And then explaining to the able-type Christians and how to explain. I mean, even Mrs. Pratt had a great time. She said, wow, that was a very interesting lecture you gave, because she's very Christian, very strong evangelical Christian. She's from Panama. But she said, that was a very interesting. Thank you for using all those Bible quotes. Because the first time she's heard it. She never heard about the rod of iron. No church is teaching that. She never heard about the gospel of the kingdom. No church is teaching that. So she just, and I was a little worried about her. I know Mr. Pratt somehow connected spiritually, and he knew we've been on the King's Report twice, and he's been, you know, coming to here, he agreed to come to Pennsylvania. So spiritually I felt that he was connected. But I was worried, oh, what if Mrs. Pratt is very negative? She's going to be saying, honey, this is a cult. Don't be near that. I said a cult. Jesus is going to punish you, and you know you're going to die of cancer early. And you know, we're worried. And we're not saying she's going to do that, but we're worried that who knows? Who knows? We never met her. We don't know her.
She has 22 grandchildren.
22 grandchildren. She has great grandchildren. But evangelical Christians can be very, you know, if you're not the standard. That's why the able-type Christians are the ones. They're not necessarily super churched people. They're not necessarily, you know, every day they're doing, oh, the Hail Mary and the Rosary and all that. They're not doing that. The able-type Christian people are just very conscience-based Christians. They don't want to hurt people. They want to love God. They love nature. They love hunting. They love fishing. They love outdoor activity. They're stronger. These kind of people, many times they don't feel welcomed at church, because churches, Europe, of course, America as well, become very feminized. A lot of women in the population in the churches. You see, 70-80% women in the congregation. The men don't feel, you know, those kind of manly men don't feel welcomed. But actually, those kind of manly men are really important. They're the protectors of society. They're the ones who will fight if there's like a war. You know? So it's amazing that God is connecting us with these able-type. In America, it's the gun-owning Christians. And they really understand the rod of iron message very easily because they are very strong owners and farmers. So it's amazing. They don't want to control people, but they don't want people to control them. So they want respect of their sovereignty. These are the kind of people that are able type people. They're not state-run Christianity. They're not state-run, big mega church state-run churches or Anglican or Catholic state-run churches. These are not real Christianity. This is very feminized Christianity to make males weak. Like for example, you look at a Catholic church where they go, they make the center of the family. Catholic church sets up matriarchies, not patriarchy. Catholic church sets up matriarchies. They make the mommy the center of the house. And then the priest is the father. The priest is, you call father.
Right.
You call daddy, papa, padre, whatever. The real daddy becomes more of a worker. The mom becomes the center of the Catholic family. Like in Italy, this is very big. The mom is the center of the home, basically. It's a matriarchy. But that's a good way to control those Italian families. Because if they have very strong patriarchies and strong fathers, you can't control those families. You can't control them with the Vatican system. Not possible. Because the father will say, no! And they'll say, I leave my whole family away from you. They will separate from the Vatican. You see, so where the Catholic Church goes, they set up matriarchies, not patriarchy. They don't encourage the men to be manly men, to like and be skilled at dangerous things. They don't encourage that. They encourage them. Ave Maria. Just sing those things and, just sing. Okay, canta, canta. Canta, canta, no pelea. This is serious. It's a serious social program where there are strong fathers, sovereignty-based fathers. They don't listen to that. You see? So they will not listen to that kind of state-run control church. You see? So this is why you see the feminization in church of men. Men are taught to be feminized. They're only taught the love scriptures in the Bible. They're only taught to be, to be always only patient and some of this and never stand up against evil. Romans 13 is a critical scripture that they always go to, and they always say, look, obey the government. See, they always teach, obey the government, keep your taxes unto Caesar, etc. This is what they teach, always. So the men are taught not to be able to fight back and to read the scripture for themselves. Do you see me? In Revelation 20, where we're looking at this morning, before we came, Revelation 24 and 6, it talks about, God is talking about his saints who are martyred and who are now appointed as judges, he said, and they will rule, they will live and reign with him 1,000 years. That's Revelation 24. Revelation 20 and verse 6 talks about the millennial reign and his kingdom with the saints as well. But talks about him being priests in 20 and verse 6. You are made unto be priests of Christ, priests of God in Christ. So the man is supposed to be the priest of the house and the father of the home and the head of the household, the priest of the family. He's supposed to lead his family in spiritual warfare. He's supposed to lead his family in ministry. He's supposed to lead his family in scripture. He's supposed to lead his family. And actually, your wife desires that. When the man doesn't do it, then the wife has to do it. Then she feels angry at the man because he's not doing his job, and she has to do her job on top of his job. right? So when the man takes on the padre role and the priestly role, says, no, I am the priest of the household, and I will be the representative of Christ in my household, and I will love my, wife as the scripture anoints, but I'll also correct my children. I will correct if there's evil things, wicked things in spiritual ways. It's very important. That kind of family is way harder to control in terms of the centralized communist system. Way harder.
It's the padre familias.
Exactly, because the father is standing up, listening to God's commandment. And on top of that, if the father has sovereignty, he has land ownership, and he has the rod of iron power, that kind of man and family is impossible to control. And you have a whole civilization of those kind of families, the devils can't do anything. They cannot do anything. They cannot create that kind of centralized Vatican or Anglican Church. Just, you see? So that is, you see that Europe, everybody in Europe has been such a brainwashed under the history and thousands of years of this kind of state-run Christianity.
Right.
And just the thousands of years of, the tradition of the Vatican, yes.
This is so in our cell.
Oh, well, yeah, you're trained to believe that.
And we are trying to get this out now.
You're trained to believe that Satan's kingdoms are your kingdoms, but you are slaves in that kingdom. And you're trained to believe you should be happy. So do your yoga in your tight yoga pants and do your meditation. Right? I mean, that's what essentially you're taught. Don't read Psalm 2. Don't read Genesis 1:26. Don't read, Matthew 22. Don't read Luke 4. Don't read Matthew 24. Matthew 6. Matthew 7. Mark 1. Don't read those verses. Why? Because they'll fill you with power. Are you getting hungry? You can have some. Do we have some for everybody? Who gave me this chocolate? Who put the poison in here? I know who did it.
Have some more.
It was you. It was the green man. Oh, the white gloves. Okay, no, that's not that. Is that a normal European jacket? That's an Austrian jacket. Is that a traditional jacket? Oh. Oh, that's Austrian style? So in Austria, you see people walking like that? Oh, okay.
Do you want one? Musician.
No, I'm okay, thank you, my friend.
He's a musician, violent.
Oh, is that why he's wearing the white gloves? Is that Austria? You wear white gloves too?
No, this is my hands.
Oh, okay, you have eczema or something? Okay.
This is the mountainside cloth in Austria.
Oh, that's interesting. Because I've seen that before. I thought it was a uniform or something.
Because they are take a photo. They take a photo with something.
So they do traditional like green and red like this color? That's a traditional? And they have the antler horn. The antler horn. Like from the reindeer.
Your wife should come. She's a beautiful wife.
You have reindeer in Austria or no? Oh, what do you have in what do you have?
Deer.
Just deer.
Yeah.
Reindeer is where? Sweden and Norway. Norway. Huh?
Antlers of the red deer.
Oh, you have the red deer. What is that? Is that a?
The one with the
Is it like a whitetail? Is it a big one? You have big deer or small deer?
antlers in Austria.
Oh, you have big. Oh, the big one? The big horn? Oh.
Yes.
And also the ones who have Steinbock. Steinbock is
Steinbock.
beautiful. They're living.
Capricorn.
Isn't that a piano?
A Capricorn.
Oh, that's Steinway. That's Steinway. That's a piano. Steinway. I find a Steinbock. You are the Steinbock? Okay, that's good. We have a good time. This is better than sightseeing. You already saw this place anyways.
That was Red Stag. That's what he
Oh, Red Stag? So he got the traditional jacket with the antler horns. Look at that.
Red Stag.
He got the Red Stag antler horn.
Gottfried, so zeig mal meine Unterjacke hier.
Oh, he got your name is Godfrey? What does that mean? That means God? God fearing?
No, it's one breed means it's like it was a tower where they was watching.
Oh, watchtower, watchtower.
Right, and God, so it's like
Okay.
watching that God has his place.
Oh, okay, like a watchtower for God. Oh, that's good. That's a nice name.
Yeah,
What is Gottlieb? You have Gottlieb? Gottlieb? Oh, that is one who loves God. And Gottfried means the watchtower of God. It doesn't mean fried God? Like fried chicken? Okay, I see. I see. That was a mistranslation. You see the problem? Okay, no, that's good. Oh my goodness. I was wondering, I said, maybe did he work in the hotel? I thought so. I thought maybe he works in the hotel. He's saying we are getting chased out. We spoke too long. Oh, she has leather trousers? Wow. Those are made out of deer too? Oh. Wow.
It's not like later movies.
He has leather pants.
Yeah, I have.
You have the leather pants? Herman, you have some leather pants?
I want to see that. I want to see that.
Amazing.
When I come to Pennsylvania, I bring it.
Herman dressing up with some leather pants. Amazing. And the flute. Amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh, you have to wear that hat too. Oh, Gottfried, yes, wear the hat. Oh, wow. Now you must yodel for us. He said, I'll be the same. He said, Edelweiss. Oh my goodness.
His wife is over there.
Edelweiss. Edelweiss. Every morning you greet me, small and white, deep and bright. You look happy to me. Be Gottfried! Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow. Steinway, what's the Steinbock? Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my home. Amazing. Oh, so that was not a hotel uniform. No, don't give me. No, it's okay. Just try one time. This is social pressure. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Okay, this is for all our Austrian folks. Does it say something strange in Austria somewhere? Okay, no. Nothing. Okay, here we go. That's too small. Too small. Is it too small? You see that?
Korean.
It doesn't fit. Korean, I have a big head. I look like I have a small head. But this is too big. I can't find a place. It doesn't fit. No, it doesn't fit. No, that's not working. That's not working. Better on you. Steinbach.
The head, if it is complete, you put the beard of the mountain goat.
Oh my goodness. You put the beard of the mountain goat.
Yeah, the mountain goat in a nice.
Oh, so can you do hunting of a mountain goat in Austria? You have mountain goat in Austria?
Yeah.
Oh, those are very hard to catch,
We
right?
invite you.
Those are very hard to catch. You have to climb the very high mountain. Oh, this is...
The mountain goat, Steinbock is the mountain deer, basically.
Steinbach mountain deer.
It's a Capricorn.
Okay, but I don't like it when they put the mountain goat. That's a symbol of Satanism. I'm not joking. When you come to Pennsylvania,
But this
and you guys will see,
where they use the beard, it has no horn.
in Milford, there's a Milford, it's near Matamoros, that's near the palace. In Milford, there's a coffee shop, it's called the Frisky Goat Coffee Shop. Okay? And you go in there, they have all this goat iconography. They have a goat that's breathing fire. Then they have these Hindu gods all over. That's a completely Satanist iconography. Because the Bible talks about the division of the goat and the sheep in the kingdom of God. That's in the book of Revelation. God talks about that He will divide. What is that we were looking at this morning? He divided the goat and the sheep. What's that? Matthew 27, Matthew 26? Right on there. He will divide. He will divide the goat and the sheep. Oh, hold on, that's Matthew 24. Yeah, Matthew 24.
Da questo verso
Ah,
il mondo venire mi vedi la schiena mentre guardo vai infatti sono
he's talking about great tribulation.
German.
Oh, where is it? I thought it was in Mark 24. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here, Matthew 25. And before him shall be gathered all nations, he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. You see that? That's in Matthew 25 and 5 and 32. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on his left. And the king shall say unto them on the right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee a hungry, and fed thee, or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw ye thee a stranger, and took thee in, or naked, and clothed thee? When saw we thee were sick, or in prison, and came unto thee? And the king shall answer unto you, Say, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these of my brethren, ye have done it unto me. See that? Right there. Right there. In the scripture. So that goat iconography, the Satanists know the scripture, so they use it. Because they like to celebrate that they are part of the Satan side. So you see all these little Bilderberg parties and their little, super elite parties in the Britain and some of that, and they're dressing with, like with these artists they invite and whatever, and they're dressing with the heads of the goat.
Yes.
They put that head on, like a mask, which is a goat. That symbolizes Lucifer.
Campus.
Or in the satanic liturgy, they need a satanic priest that has a Baphomet head that basically is a goat. So there's like one hunting company I like, and then this is the camel jack here. They have the goat here on their logo, but it means kill the goat. So this is a company, this is the hunting guys that they go hunting for mountain goat. So, I'm not saying the actual animal, the goat, is a bad animal, right? You can still eat the animal and stuff like that. But Satanism uses that as a symbol because they know this Bible scripture. They use it, and then they use it in their ritual. My goodness, did you see when they're opening in the EU? Remember? They're opening that crazy, what is that, tunnel? What was that?
A big tunnel.
A tunnel. Oh my goodness, did you see this? Did you see their satanic performance?
For hours.
They had literally the goat head Satanists coming out and dancing while the people were naked, basically.
The baby and the
It's ridiculous. They had like a 500, it was like 100 person, maybe 100% production.
It was here in Switzerland, I think. Actually.
Was that Switzerland? I think it was Switzerland. And they had like them climbing up this wall, like demons. I mean, it was ridiculous. Oh my goodness, talk about the Satan. That was a public Satanist celebration.
We were not happy.
What was that? That was Switzerland. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Oh my gosh. That was an homage to Satan. Did you see that?
Yes.
You saw that?
On YouTube. Videos.
Yeah. They're completely using traditional satanic iconography and basically, but sexualized dancing. So it's all the same. It's all the same. But the goat, that's why, of course, the goat is different from, the sheep or the lamb. Very different. The Satanists know that, and so they want to make Christians angry because they know Christians also know that symbology. So they'll use that and put it in a secret place and see if you get it. Like, I walked into that Frisky Goat Cafe coffee shop because we're thinking about opening a smaller coffee shop near the palace in Matamoros. Matamoros actually means kill the Moors. The Moors were the Moors were the conquering Muslims. That's what it means. Anyways, Matamoros is where the Chanigun Palace, right? So there we think open up Rod of Iron Coffee House. Coffee shop. And, what was that? Coffee, cappuccino, espresso, you like it, Dad. And the kids in our community, or my baby girl, or my girl, my daughter, very good baking. They do very good baking. So they're like bakery and also, organic coffee. But we're going to be very open with the Rod of Iron. So we have Rod of Iron, and we have an AR-15 on it and a crown on the logo. And so we're actually looking at studying that whole area right now. So we were looking at the other coffee shop in the area. And there's literally a Satanist coffee shop in the area. So it was amazing because I took all my kids to see all the different coffee shops to do the benchmarking. So we went to Dunkin' Donuts, for example, does coffee, and what else? No, there's no Starbucks. We don't. There's no Starbucks near us. Thank God. They're totally open leftist lunatic. I don't know if they're Satanists, but they're definitely leftists. And
Global Satanist.
they're very open against their hatred for conservatives. They're pro-gay, pro-abortion, pro-murdering children, all that. Oh yeah, pro-immigration, open immigration. So in America, you don't have in Europe, but in America, there's a company in Utah. They're called Black Rifle Coffee Company. They're Army guys, veterans that came back from war, but some of them are very good at coffee. So they started a coffee shop in Utah, all the way in the west side, far away from Pennsylvania. So there's already very conservative military guys who are no longer military, but they're now civilian, but they opened up this kind of coffee shop. I don't know if their coffee shop in their shop is doing good, but their internet sales are very good. So conservatives like buying from them because they have very conservative values. And so on their coffee bag, they have AR-15, they have Glock or whatever. They have different, you know. So they position themselves in the market like that. But of course, they're not. I don't see they're so Christian because they make videos on YouTube that, you know, comedy style. But it's very, you know, very alpha male, but not Christian alpha male. And then a lot of bikini girls and this kind of stuff, you know. You know what I mean? And so it's alpha male, but it's not Christian based. So that's why I don't buy their coffee, because I don't like, you know, they had one YouTube clip where they say, oh, at Black Rifle Coffee, we don't discriminate. And then they have, the camera goes here and they have two lesbians in bikinis kissing each other. And see, we have no problem with discrimination. So when I saw that advertisement, I said, no, I'm not going to buy their coffee. I was about to buy the coffee because they're so pro-gun. But they're kind of like uncontrolled alpha, a little more, you know, like non-Christian. But we're thinking to have Rotterdam coffee and then AR and of course Crown. And then you know, my daughter is like the main baker, so we have a nice photo shoot with her. Have a nice picture of her, very big, you know, Cindy, and she's very strong. She's got coffee and bakery, but a nice AR-15. A little bit dirty face, you know, but looking very glamorous and stylish. Wow, that's a powerful woman. Let me buy her coffee. But in our area, we have everybody's gun owner, so I've talked to many business people, they're very happy about that idea. So we're looking to develop that, you know? Maybe we may also do one, if that does well, we also may do one near Newfoundland, the Sanctuary Church, in Newfoundland, and the dojo. Yeah, we do a smaller rod of iron coffee there, and coffee and bakery. Because we have very good people who do very good baking. They do croissant. One sister does nice croissant. Whoa, really good croissant. Now you're getting hungry, Johan. You're getting hungry, you get a croissant. A croissant and a coffee. Coming up. Now you get hungry. This is good fasting training for your stomach. Letting you digest your dinner yesterday. Give your stomach some resting time. You know? So yeah, we're making it, so hopefully it's gonna be, you know, so we want to design some nice, cute, trendy, really nice coffee shop. So when you walk into it, it seems like you're walking to a coffee shop in Fort Lee, New Jersey, or you're walking to a New York City coffee shop. Really cool, nice, but the values are different there. So we openly support Second Amendment. We openly support veterans. If you're a veteran or if you have CCW license, you get a discount. Yeah, show us your license. Show us your license to carry concealed, you know, a firearm, and we give you a discount. You know, things like that. So we help promoting the culture of responsible armed civilians and citizenry.
Nice painting the coffee shop.
You like painting the coffee shop?
He's a painter.
You're a painter?
Yes. He's a professional painter. So
we don't have so much money, so I don't know if we can pay you. God will find a way. Oh, he did the painting Lake Sanctuary. That's right. You painted Lake.
The whole floor.
That's right. That's right. But you do hand painting too, right?
A little bit, but not much.
Okay. But anyways, you know, there's that really Satanist, and then there's another cafe in Milford, and they're gay. They're owned by gays. They make very nice pastries, but it's owned by gays, and when you go there, there's all these weird paintings. Looks like scribbles. All these faces. All these weird scribbles, and they look like faces. It almost looks like some kind of like orgy or something like that. It's very strange paintings. So I don't like that. Spirit is so weird in there, and conservatives won't go there. You know, it's more of the gay crowd in Milford has a bigger gay population. But Matamoros is almost all blue-collar worker, all conservative. You know, pickup truck. You know, America, we got those big pickup trucks. The big ones. Big wheels and... you know, and the big guys with the big beard and the checker flannel shirts. You know, but these guys actually, they look scary, they look very gruff, but they're very principled in terms of able type principles. They're very sovereignty minded. You know? But these are the people that normal Christian churches or Christianity and has totally ignored. And they've pushed out.
I like this big lorries, this big. I like this.
Yeah, you know, with any business you have to start small. Any business starts small. Keep costs low and keep, you know, as well, most of as you can in terms of profits, whatever. But we're going to start really small, very small. Maybe a little trailer. You have that in Europe, a little trailer? You know, those little, you drag it with your car, you know? Little trailer. We'll start the kids working there in a small trailer. Then they can build the business slowly, get that experience, learn how to run it. You know, as you get bigger, if we can get by the permits, there's all these permit process. Then maybe get a small place, storefront, small place, then make that, you know, and build on that. We'll see.
Exchange with second chain. Your sister had a big house in the mountain, 1,800 meters. We have 4 hours to get on the top.
Yeah.
And this, we can invite second chain to come to Europe.
Oh no, I heard about that.
Yeah.
You sent the picture, right? Your friend?
Yes, my sister.
Your sister?
She's the chef from the big house.
She's the chef from the big house.
Yes.
That's a beautiful property, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not her own.
No, I know. It's a castle.
Not on the house.
It's a resort.
Yeah.
And people walk the mountain.
You sent the picture, right, to Tim?
Yes.
Oh, that was you? Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So young people, she opened up some place for young people to do like workshop there or something?
No, they can spend the night, go to the mountain and...
All the time people come, eating and
hunting.
Yeah, I go
Oh.
walking on the mountain, high mountain.
Oh, trekking the mountain.
Hiking.
Mountain hiking, okay.
Which level, how high are they?
1,800
The house is 1,800.
1,800 meters.
Up to nearly 3,000.
How many feet is that?
Times 3, huh?
Times 3?
5,000.
We were at 12,000 feet in Colorado, so I think we were at 5,000 meters. What? How many? What's 12,000 feet?
4,000 meters.
4,000 meters in Colorado. We did.
Yeah, this is more higher.
30 miles.
That's higher? This one here?
Even the Queen did that 30 miles. She did it. Did the training. 30 miles. 4,000 feet. My meter. And our daughter did that too. She got strong. Her daughter got very strong because of that. You know, she wanted to give up the first day, but she kept pushing through. 3 days of trekking. You know, but she kept pushing through it. She did it. She didn't think she could make it. But she pushed herself and tested herself. So she did 30 miles too. All those kids, you know.
So that house is half of the height. So you have
Oh, the house is half a night? Okay.
3,700 meters you have been, and And they are on 1,800 meters. Let me see.
We were at 12,600 at the peak.
Yeah, so
12,600.
That's 4,000
That's near 4,000 meter.
And they are 6,000 feet high. That's the hotel. And from there you can hike around.
We saw the picture.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we saw the picture. It's beautiful.
we could organize a workshop or something there. Yeah, hiking. So the cost of staying there would not be so expensive. Yeah, but
This
of
is
course
the
you have
same.
to come there.
If we come with friends, you will make a very big for us.
Well, you should talk to the European youth leader here. Do you have a European youth leader?
Not yet.
Okay, well, you talk to him. He's the man right there. Talk to him. You know?
Or we make an American-European joint youth camp, summer camp. So a few of the youths who can afford the ticket to come to Europe, you pay maybe, if you buy a cheap ticket, you can get for $500 or $400.
But they want to come to Pennsylvania and train.
Yeah.
They need to come to Pennsylvania, they can train.
But if your son, they want to come to Austria for holidays, we can take you.
I don't know, they come to Austria for a holiday. They gotta make money. You know?
Maybe first we test the here, and then we send some pictures.
It's good, you know, they're working at Carl, but they're now working at, you know, different places, trying to get a job at Burger King and McDonald's, these kind of places in the local area. Dunkin' Donut, things like this. We made our kids do cutting cutting the grass. How you know in Switzerland? Anyways, you have grass, right? Mowing the lawn, cutting the grass. They did that for neighbors. $1 per hour. $1. That's good. So now their whole life they have, you know, my daddy made me work for $1 an hour. So even though they get $10 an hour, they're happy. They get $7 an hour, they're happy. I started at $1 an hour. You know, even Third King Shinju, we make him do too, same thing. He does he has to do the field work. So we make him do the gardening. Not gardening, what is it? Landscaping?
Acring.
He has to cut the grass, mow the lawn, he has to dig out the weeds, he's gonna move the rocks. Then the boys get strong. That's why they need their daddy. The father makes them do the stuff. Right? Moms usually don't make their sons do that stuff. The father, get out there and do it. You know what I mean? And so the boys become stronger.
I did it a lot.
Oh yeah, the farm boys do that. That's healthy. That's very healthy. Yeah, and the farm boys, they learn how to move things. They have developed a very strong core. All these city boys don't learn any of that. They're weak. Their bodies are weak. They may go to the gym, lift weights, and make muscles. They're fake. That's all fake muscle. That's all what we call water muscle. In the fighting community, we call it water muscle. It's not real muscle. Farm boys have muscle. Farm boys, they may not look like a bodybuilder. They may not look like they have, you know, those kind of beauty muscles, but they have a lot of strength because their core is very strong. If you know anything about fighting arts, the core has to be strong. So their core is very strong because they lift hay bales and they're throwing stuff, they move this and that, and move heavy stuff. It's all the core. It's not the fake muscles, showing muscles. Now in the cities, the boys like to lift their biceps, to show off their bicep, wear tighter shirts so the girls can see it. That's fake muscle. That's not a real muscle. The farm boys in the countryside, they have fighting muscles. So even untrained farm boys can be very tough. You know? But actually, that used to be the case, where the farm, you know, the farm could be kept as an asset in the family. And then through the farming, they could make money, and they were not taxed to death, like in the current system. The farmers are put out of business. The farmers are bought up by the big agra.
They destroyed this everything.
They destroy the farm because they don't want people on farmland. They don't want people because rural people have sovereignty.
Right.
They have sovereignty and they have a rifle to defend it.
Huh?
They're way harder to control. You know, people packed up in cities, they're so easy to control. Put cameras everywhere, tell them they can't do this, they'll just say yes, yes, yes to everything. They're little sheep. But you go to the farmland, you tell them you can't do this, you can't do that on your farm. They say, why not? No, my farm. I'm gonna, you know, produce raw milk here. Whatever it is, you know. And many times the farmland, because they have to fight wolves or predators, they will have rifles. That's why the U.S. under Hillary Clinton and Obama, they were preparing the Homeland Security and the stupid SWAT teams. Very treasonous training, very treasonous. They were training the SWAT teams and the different Homeland Security and the federal police forces to train to shoot farm people. Yeah. So in some of their training scenarios, they would have a tractor. An old man driving a tractor with a shotgun. And the guys had to shoot them for training. So they can get over the psychological barrier of, oh my gosh, I'm shooting my grandpa. I'm shooting a farmer, you know. They want to get rid of that barrier. So they become a good Nazi and just kill when we tell you kill, like a robot. They don't have a conscience, like, oh my gosh, that looks like my grandpa. I don't want to shoot that guy. He looks like my grandpa. He has blue jeans and a white shirt on, and he's driving a tractor. He looks like my granddad. You see what I'm saying? They want to take away any association of compassion. So they were training people. That they ordered all these gun targets. Normal women, civilian women dressed, pregnant women holding babies. And the guys had to shoot these women, targets.
Target was right here. What?
Yeah, in America, under Obama. This is how the federal police was training. Because they want to get Hillary in and then kill us. Just like all communist nations, they kill, you know, millions of people to get rid of the opposition. They were preparing that in America. The federal police were training with paper targets, pregnant women with babies. Children holding guns. Small kids, the target, children with holding guns. Kill them. Can you believe that? That's the Department of Homeland Security. They bought thousands of those targets and they were training shooting those targets to get rid of any psychological compassion that the good Nazis in the stupid deep state would, so that they will obey any command to kill anybody that was told them to, they told to kill. They were getting ready to kill gun owners. If Hillary Clinton was in office, I would be in prison. You would be listening to this from prison. We'd be in a FEMA camp. Not a joke. They were ready to kill people. They bought, how many rounds of ammunition? 2 billion rounds of ammunition?
Billion.
As they were preparing, 2 billion rounds of ammunition. That is the federal U.S. government who has become socialist under Obama. They were ready to wage war on the gun owners.
We don't hear about Obama.
Of course you don't hear about Obama. You just hear that you're racist if you say anything bad against him. That's all you hear about in Europe. Obama, you know, increased the black unemployment rate. You're racist, terrible. That's all you hear. If you give real statistics, black unemployment doubled under Obama. You're racist. Obama let in 800,000 migrants across the border. You're racist. Do you see? And so the white folks in America and Europe, they're so scared to open their mouth and talk against it. In Europe, you can be sent to jail, right? For that? Something like that? Hate crimes?
Yeah.
If they prosecute you, certain places?
Not really that bad, but...
Well, if you're a journalist... No, there's one guy on Twitter. He's happening. Journalist in Germany, I think. He put up a Twitter photo, okay, of, I think, the Catholic Church, Catholic Pope with Hitler. And that was deemed to be a hate crime, and the guy is now in prison, I think 6 months in prison, for posting a historical picture. He didn't make it, or it's a historical picture. I'm sorry, it was of the Muslim
Brotherhood.
leaders with Hitler. The Muslim leaders with Hitler. He posted that. And so that is considered a hate crime in Germany. And the guy who was a journalist, he wrote a whole article. He's in prison for 6 months or something like that. I saw the guy's video. There's a blonde hair, blue-eyed guy, maybe in his 40s.
But it's happening already.
Yeah. I mean, that happened 6 months ago. Many months ago.
In France, it is a hate crime. You can't say anything about against Islam.
Yeah. See, it's a type of Sharia law, because in Islam, Sharia law, you cannot criticize Islam. So what they're putting on you in Europe is they're making you obey by Sharia law. You can't criticize Islam.
Right.
That's Sharia law. That's the first stages of Sharia law. And then on German TV last week, I think, they had state TV where they had a soap opera where the woman becomes a Muslim.
Yes.
And then she's teaching her son, I'm now Muslim. Say with me, the Islamic prayer.
Yeah.
That was on German TV last week.
Yes.
I know more about Germany than you.
You're getting taken over, all right.
That was on German TV last week.
Yeah. So she
I know.
said the name.
Did you see that?
Yes.
You guys saw that, right?
I posted.
You see that? They're totalitarians.
So she said the name of God is Allah.
That's right. They said, yes, the name of God is Allah.
And now we pray to Allah.
Right now, in the Christian church now, you have to pray to Allah.
Yeah, she prays now to Allah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's complete submission.
But we have also
Wow.
strong women.
Yes.
Because one time in the prayer in the church, a Muslim prayed by a concert in the church, and the woman stood up with the German flag and said, Jesus is the Lord and not Muhammad is the Lord. And then,
Praise God! Yes.
and then they
They
kicked her
need
out
more
of the
people like
church.
that.
They kicked her out of the church. Then they said they should
They kicked her out of the church for
Muslim
saying
and not
Jesus
the
is Lord.
Christ.
That shows you it's not a church.
But she
Yes.
had enough
It's a
time
political
to shout.
correctness auditorium.
She was on the top where the choir sing. And
She's a brave woman.
She was
Yes.
shouting, and she had a lot of time to shout because they got.
She's a real believer.
Jesus is the Lord. She said.
That's a real believer.
She said she's not afraid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a brave
She's
woman.
about 35 years old.
See, that's a wonderful woman right there.
This was good.
So we have some resistance here.
Yeah,
Already a
it's
lot.
coming. More
Yeah,
and
it's
A lot resistance.
It's definitely coming. The able type people are not going to stand. But you have a bad situation because you have all the 10 million migrants into Europe in the last 10 years. 10 million plus.
Yeah.
Wow, that's not going to go away.
No. You can
And
just learn
that increase every year by, on average, 8, right? 8 children per Muslim man. So in a span of what, 30, 40 years, you have explosion in population. So that 10 million becomes what? Times 8 in the next 30, 40 years. You got 80 million. 80 million Muslims in Europe. And all the Europeans, they're not having babies. So the Europeans are dying off because the kids are now told don't have children. And what are the Muslims have a lot of babies. A lot of babies. That's a serious issue.
It's very serious.
You will be replaced demographically. That's how China does it. China does that. They want to get rid of Tibet, they send in Han Chinese. And the Han Chinese go in there, they repopulate, kick the Tibetans out. Within 30 years, 20 years, it's Han Chinese. When I went to Tibet, it's completely Han Chinese. They only have the Tibetan, monasteries are there just for show. That's what happens in Europe if they don't have babies and they don't start protecting the Christian culture. They start saying no. Europe go bye-bye.
There was one Meyer on the border from Hungary to Austria. He saw in 3 days 250,000
Migrants come
through
in.
his village.
Oh my
I hear
goodness.
him speaking, I tell him how he felt. Just stopped the border, but it was...
I mean, everybody has compassion for people who are living in terrible places. But the solution is not to import them and destroy other nations. The solution is getting rid of those stupid governments that keep them terrible. The governments keep them poor. The governments keep them controlled. The problem is not with imploding Europe with these, different places, areas. It's much better that they go to Saudi Arabia, for example, because the same culture. But Saudi Arabia won't take one of them. Not take one. But meanwhile, Germany and Europe take 10 million.
But this is a whole program. This is
That's Angela Merkel.
right.
Her great love for all of you.
It's a big plan.
It's cultural enrichment. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous.
Around the 19th, True Father uplifted all the religions,
Yeah.
even Muslim.
Well, he did. But Muhammad in spirit world repented.
Yeah.
Okay, and Muhammad is in the lowest spirit world.
Yeah.
He's lower than even Buddhism. So we had Christianity, you had Confucianism, you had Buddhism, you had Islam. So they're basically with the Satanists and the secularists. So in the spirit world, the Father drew a very clear hierarchy through the spiritual messages. And the jihadis were at the bottom. Now, they're repenting, they have to repent and accept the Lord. That has to happen. But in the case they don't do that, then they're going to live in separation from God.
May I something? May I say something? In order to be effective in, and to stop the Islamization, we should.
That's what it is. Islamization.
We should use also the movement in Europe. We should use the program of Bill Warner. He
Oh yes, he's good. Bill
political
Warner.
Islam.
That's
So
right. He's
he-
great. We had him on the King's Report.
Yes.
He does statistical
The
Islam.
statistic guy.
2 months
He can criticize Islam through statistics. Not saying, he says, I don't believe in the theology or whatever, but I will criticize this based on statistics. For example, how many times in the Quran statistically does it say, what's the percentage of the killing verses? How many times does it occur? Compare that percentage to Old Testament, New Testament. See, he does it on graphs. He does it all on graphs. So he's a scientist. He doesn't believe, I think, in one way or another. But we had him on. He's great. He's very smart. But he shows the statistics of it. So he doesn't actually attack their religion. He just shows statistics and says, oh, from a scientific perspective, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is, like this. So he's good. He runs politicalislam.org, right? Is that right? Politicalislam.org?
CSPI, Center for Study Political Islam.
Oh, that's right. Center for Studying Political Islam. Yeah, he's good. He has a very good website. Good resource.
Here in Europe, we are just in the process to,
Right.
Set up some teams in every nation. So
Oh, okay.
I'm involved in it. And
And you can, because you have a large Muslim population here, you can make it very clear that you're doing this in love. You're not trying to hurt anybody. But you care for them and you want them to see the truth of their faith and their religion. Right? And then of course there's a lot of incredible spiritual experiences that many Muslims have with Jesus. and then they convert to Christianity because Jesus appears to them personally.
Right.
And then they have a transformative experience. I mean, they have a transformative Holy Ghost experience, and then they completely convert to Christianity.
They become the best Christian.
That's the best way for them to, if they leave Islam, to join Christianity. That's the best way. Because then they'll leave such a serious monotheistic religion, you know, which of course we know is not God-centered. But they will come into, they'll have an empty hole in their heart, you know, but Christ can fill that hole. Secularism can't fill that hole for them because they grew up so religious. You know what I mean? But Christianity can fill that hole. The gospel can fill that hole.
Yeah, before breaking the silence in the family faith culture, we, let's say, True Father has uplifted all the religions.
No, that's what UPF told you. UPF told you that because they were inviting the guests. And what did Father do after they invited the guests? He said, "You must all follow Reverend Moon."
Right.
Yeah. What I mean.
And then he would start criticizing, "You nuns, you have to get married. Priests have to get married. You Buddhist monks get married." And then he would start saying, "You Muslims, you cannot have 4 wives." You go, "Hey,
yeah,
Satan." That's what would happen. That's what would happen. So you were taught that by UPF leaders, so that you can invite guests. But what happened when the guests came? They got chastised by Father.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Right? So Father was very clear. And he told Muslims very clearly, if they do the 4 wives, they're going to hell. He told what was it, the Grand Mufti of Syria? He said, "You're going to hell."
That's pretty.
You know, even when we were in Turkey, we were in Turkey, what's it, Ankara or something? Ankara? We were in Turkey, Ankara, and what was it, no, not, is that the main city? Main city is Ankara? Istanbul, that's where we were. Istanbul, and we were in the hotel, it was bombed like a month ago, right? We were in the hotel that was bombed. There's 400 Muslim men in there. They gathered. I don't know how they gathered them, but they gathered them. Okay? And then Father comes in there and he's talking about, you know, he's reading a speech. But then Muhammad comes up. And he goes, "Mahomed, Ma is Ma. That means demon." In Turkey, with 400 Muslim men there. And so the translator was so shocked by that, the translator shut up and did not translate that. He didn't translate that. I understand both Korean and English, so as soon as Father said "Maogi Ma," I was like, "Whoa." I said, "Oh my goodness." And then I'm listening in translation. I said, "How did they translate that?" They didn't translate it. I think they feared for their life.
It's too strong.
You know, but that was the reality of True Father. The UPF people, you know, we want to bring all people online because they want to get people there. You know what I mean? They get their little bonuses or whatever. You know, if they get people there. Okay, but Father wanted to chastise them.
Also,
oh my goodness.
He didn't want religious war and racial war.
He wanted them. He knows the answer. The answer is you have to follow Reverend Moon. You have to become submitted to the police peace militia of the AYUN. They have to come under the Constitution. The people have to be freed from their tyranny. That's the answer. The answer is not trying to not make them have war. They're always going to continue to wage war. You know? They're working with the leftist lunatics, the communists, to put everybody else in Christianity under international law. They have to be under international law. International Chaniguk law. They can't succeed there.
Yeah.
If they try to rape the women, they're gonna get shot. If they try to, own sex slaves are going to get killed. They're not going to last so long in Chanigu. You try to rape women. Well, the women in Chanigu are police militia trained. They're going to be armed. They're going to have multiple layers of self-defense. They're going to cut you open, and they're going to probably shoot you 10 times too.
12.
12. So what are the jihadis going to do? They better behave. Do you see what you see? There's a direct punishment for acting like a predator in Chanigu. That's a good thing about civilian arms. Predators cannot succeed. They get wiped out. If they try to use violent force to intrude on people's lives, they get killed. And the judge says in the courtroom, next case. Next. He was invading the home, he got shot, next case. It's a bad place for predators, very bad. If you want to do evil things to try to get power, you're going to die. If you want to be good and you want to be law-abiding and you want to help people and you want to serve people and you want to create wonderful services and products and, you know, enjoy the blessings of God and be prosperous and fruitful and multiply, you're going to do great. But if you want to prey on people and you want to exploit them and you want to do bad things, centralize power, you're dead. You see? So it's a very good place. It's a very good place. It's a place where the good people can thrive and the bad people are put under check or they die. Pretty simple. Pretty simple.
Nice of us. Turn around. Now
Turn
you
around.
die.
Just turn around. You know? Anna, you want to speak again? If I let her speak, she goes on for 3 hours. I can't really criticize it, can I? Okay, what?
Keep it short.
What time is it? What time is it? Hold on. What time is it?
So I think we should close in 10 minutes or so.
They're kicking us out?
No, they're not kicking us
It's
out.
an Ausländer aus. They said aus. Ausländer raus? What's raus? Is that out? Raus means out. Ausländer raus. You said raus. You said raus. You have to growl. You know. Andra Maka raus. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Okay, Anna, yes, what do you want to say?
Because you said about Muslims try to take over Europe and Greek and Philip, yeah? A lot of terrorists.
Well, they want to, but then the European Union is letting them.
Yes.
It's one thing if they wanted to and you didn't let them. Then they can't do it. But they're letting them take it over. Because it's just simply a destabilization program. You know, the global elite work in what's called strategic tension, okay? So they develop strategic tension around the world in order to destabilize nations and then have the legitimate justification to create centralized bureaucracies and world government. That's what they want. So they want to develop, they write about it, they call it strategic tension. They call it a strategy of tension. So that's openly how they talk. They just think you're so stupid you're not going to read the documents. But they write in papers like that. They call it the program of strategic tension. And so they want that. That's how you destabilize a nation. You destabilize it by importing, you know, antithesis civilizations in there. You destabilize it, it creates havoc, it creates social problems, and then you can promise the people to solve those problems if and only they give you political power. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they justify centralizing the state more and faster, by creating destabilization and or strategic tension. That's how the world works. You understand that, right? Everybody here knows that. Normal people don't know that. They don't know that this is how the world works. This is how politics works. They don't care about you. They don't care about you at all. They care about maintaining centralized power. You see, you're just all empty faces to them. That's all you are. You mean nothing to them. That's reality. And those are the people, of course, that are letting them in. On purpose. I'm serious. They write about it in their own freaking white papers. That's what's so sick. They openly publish these documents, thinking nobody read it because they're more academic documents and they have their little professors write about it. So they can feel very smart and intellectual. And they're part of the elite academy. They're totalitarian predators. That's what they are. They're psychopaths. Okay? They don't believe in humanity like God. They don't believe that the majority of good people will overcome bad if they're given freedom to do so. They will. If good people are given sovereignty freedom, they will quickly get rid of evil very fast. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. Look how fast Trump has destroyed ISIS in 1 year. Obama took 8 years. He said, oh, we will take care of ISIS. They're just the JV team. And what did he do? He grew ISIS. He protected them. He armed them in Syria. Ridiculous. He armed the enemy, the terrorists. Under Obama, the black flag of ISIS spread all over North Africa, spread all over the Middle East. It spread into Europe. And you had ISIS showing their Instagram tweets of them by 2020 taking over all of Europe and conquering into Asia and India. The black flag. That was their goal. Did you see those maps that they were producing? Yes. Europe was eaten up, all black, a black flag of ISIS in those maps. Are you kidding me? But they're letting them in. But look how fast Trump destroyed ISIS. He's killed them. He's destroyed them. He's annihilated them. Because he said to the military, okay, you guys are trained to kill? Go do your work. I'm not going to stop you. You know what to do. Don't tell me about it. Just go and do it. And the U.S. military, the strongest, most deadly fighting force, they went and did their job. And they massacred all of the ISIS. They totally wiped it off of Iraq. What happened with the Christian king in the Philippines? Duterte. We had a Philippine sister here. She left. Duterte. What happened to him? He told his police force, he said, okay, you boys know what to do. Don't tell me about it. Get rid of this jihadi problem. Now they're not, and he said, I'll go to prison for you. I'll have plenty of time to read my Bible in prison. So go do your job. Get rid of this stress. Get rid of this strife. So they're going and taking out jihadis. You see, there's a point where Christian kings will say, no more of this. And when that happens, that's a very bad day for jihadis. Very bad. Because they don't last long. Because they don't have a high moral high ground. The Christians are not the ones trying to rape, pillage, and plunder people. They're not trying to rape people. They're not trying to own sex slaves. They're not trying to marry 5-year-old girls. Do you see what I mean? They're not trying to predate on people. every time they fight, they lose. The jihadis lose.
Actually,
When Christians, grow their courage back, in America we say grow some balls. That means like, I don't know, Europe you have that. You don't have that. I don't think you have that.
Yeah,
That's, but you grow the courage back, and you say, no, this is the end of the line. If you cross it, we're going to fight back. Europeans used to be warriors. Europeans, you wouldn't mess with the Europeans. But throughout the centuries after the world wars, etc., they've been taught to lay down. They've been taught that strength and masculinity created the world wars, when it's really a global banking wars and political Satanist wars between different competing financial blocks. And of course Satanism involved in the background. So, okay, we have to get going? Shanta, okay.
You liberated recently the victims of Islam. 270
Yes.
270 million people, I believe. Innocent victims, 2/3 of them women. That have been.
That's right.
Makes sex.
That becomes a spiritual powerhouse force.
Yeah.
They have no spirit world support too. All the spirit world knows that the jihadis are wrong.
So my question is, does when somebody has a violent death, does that make them go to hell regardless of what they, what sins they did? Like
What?
people
Who do you mean somebody? Who do you mean somebody? A jihadi?
No, like those victims that you liberated. They were innocent people.
Mm-hmm.
They just got, and so why do they go to hell that you have to liberate them out of hell? Because many of them were women and children, who got,
No, I mean, not necessarily going to the lowest part of hell or things like that. But Father said even with the unborn babies, they go to a cloudy spirit world, but still in separation.
They need a blessing.
Democide as well. So we don't know exactly, what level, because each person will be different. But they're victims of a system of tremendous oppression. So I think God will have mercy on them in that respect, depending on their personal life. But they're not going to the pit of hell. I mean, they were the victims in those atrocities. Same with democide as well. But nobody is praying for these people. Nobody is praying for these souls. Nobody is. Of course, family fraud is not even aware of these souls. They're believing the same liberal, communist rhetoric that Islam is the same as Christianity, because they hate Christianity, they hate the Bible, they hate Jesus Christ, and they hate the returning Jesus, who is true Father, and that's why they erased him from the blessing ring. That's their true nature. They hate God, and they hate Christ. So you see very clearly where Father's providence is moving. There's a complete shake-up, global politics, the world is flipping. President Trump is a wrecking ball that God is using at this time to call out evil and to call out wickedness. It doesn't mean he's perfect or anything, but he's used by God, definitely, to call out the centralized powers and to call out the process of destabilization they're using. He would come to Switzerland, maybe attack Davos Group quite heavily, that'd be great. Angela Merkel is very upset when she sees Donald Trump every time. She's scared of him. She's scared of him. She gets goosebumps. When she thinks of Trump, she goes, oh, she gets goosebumps.
High blood pressure.
High blood pressure. Why? Because he's somebody who is trying to stand up for normal people. He's trying to stand up for small businesses and middle-sized businesses and trying to get people less taxes. He's trying to help people. He's not a predator. You see, it's not the stratification between high, low, middle class. That's not the stratification. The stratification is between psychopath and non-psychopath. That's the divide in society. So you can have poor psychopaths, middle-class psychopaths, and high-class psychopaths. They're problematic in any category. But normal people are not like that. Normal people are usually not psychopathic. Right? So they have scientists say about 10% of the population is psychopathic. That means they have absolutely no empathy when they do evil. Absolutely none. And they have no problem. You know, that's why they think they're even cooler and stronger if they can, you know, drink your blood and kill you and eat your blood too. That makes them stronger somehow. That just shows you're weak, and it makes good people want to kill you harder. You know what I'm saying? Good people want to kill you harder. You do that kind of stuff. That doesn't make you look badass. That makes good people put a target on you and say, I'm going to kill him if I have the chance. And that's the big divide between society, is the psycho and the non-psychopath. Right? In Chaniguk, all the leverages of power are given to the non-psychopaths. So the psychopaths, whether they're high class, low class, middle class, doesn't matter. They're going to be punished if they try to do evil. You see? That's the real divide. The socialist divide of high class, look, this is bull crap. That's such bull. Socialism creates more stratification between those classes, by the way. Look in North Korea, it creates more poverty amongst the people and a fat dictator who looks like Porky Pig, but everybody else is emaciated and dying. So socialism does not create less or more egalitarianism. It doesn't create a smaller or a larger middle class. That's ridiculous. It creates more poverty, it creates poorer people, and it creates a smaller upper class. In every single example, Maduro, Venezuela, Honduras, Cuba, every single, Mao Zedong, China, Pol Pot, Russia, stuff, every single freaking example goes the same way. And these brainwashed dumb kids keep believing it. Do you see what I mean? It's ridiculous. It goes the same way every time. So that's a lie that they teach you in high school and in college, so that you become basically a liberal lunatic, and you help them get power by voting for them. But they've deceived you. And they're going to make you poor in the end. You see what I mean?
I have one question.
The problem is that divide between, psycho and non-psycho. The non-psychopath people have empathy. They care for people. They don't want to see good people be exploited. They don't want to see bad people be, act freely with impunity. Those are good people, right? Those are normal people. Right? We care for our fellow man. We want to help. We want to see people succeed. We're not overly jealous of other people when they succeed. You know what I'm saying? They're normal people. Psychopaths are not like that. So in Cheongguk, the punishments for being psychopathic are very bad. Because if you threaten somebody with lethal force, you have the judge, jury, and executioner right there. And he could be a man, it could be a woman, it could be whoever you're trying to lethally, you're in danger, that person becomes judge, jury, executioner right on the spot. And you are punished immediately. And that person has done a service to humanity, because now one more wolf has been eradicated. You know, as the Bible says, the dogs and the whoremongers will be thrown out of the kingdom. They'll be thrown out. They'll be destroyed. So it's a great place for good people. Very bad place to live for bad. It's a nightmare for bad people. That's why they hate the Constitution. Spiritually, you know, they know its power. They know its power. They know what it will do. So they hate it.
We have one question.
Okay. Oh, this our Japanese brother still here.
I what do you mean still here?
Oh no, I didn't see him.
Oh no, I was sitting here.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. They're the Finland group.
Yeah, they are Finland, but I was sitting here.
Oh, I didn't see him. Okay, I thought he left.
So
Oh, he
question
was.
is, you have talked about the Christian decline, you know, those
Yeah.
Catholic bishops and priests and so on. So, of course, you know, this is the present biggest problem in Christian society or American or European society, of course. But based on principle, like according to principle, you know, like you know, after the Reformation, you know, in the last 400 years, that there it's mentioned that you know, because of the why Christianity got the decline, because of the communism, socialism rise on, right? Came.
Right, and one of the biggest churches that teaches communism and socialism, you know what church that is? It's the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Then
They teach communism and socialism.
yeah.
They just call it liberation theology. It's commie. There's communism.
Yes, I know. But problem is principle DP mentioned like that, but which is not mentioned most important fact, which is the let's say maybe some of you know who studied theology, 18th century, 19th, 20th century, when in present not good. When you study theology, they have to study Bible critique, right? This field is the most essential problem in the Christian society, because of the Bible critique is one, I can say even one faculty.
Well, the problem in Christianity is they're leaving Christ.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And then you have all these Christian churches that are teaching socialism in the guise of Christianity. And they're allying with the state, and the state actually gives them subsidies and funds to prop up their church so that they create a monopoly in teaching the state supporting message. You see, this is a problem. So they got overtaken by communism and socialism.
Yes, because they criticize.
Yeah, they say pacifism, but they're very...
In the theological seminary or university or college, those professors, they criticize the Old Testament.
Right. Yes, that's right. They talk about historical critical method is what they call it in Harvard.
So that's why all those theologians and the priests and the bishops even influenced the Catholicism.
That's true. You know, the historical critical method, this is a lot of secular professors did that.
Yeah.
You try to use historical critical method to deconstruct Christianity and its different, you know, the differences between the synoptic gospels and all this kind of thing. But really what they've done, it's interesting because they've only, by studying Christianity historically, they've only confirmed the validity of the historicity of Jesus, for example. That's one of the things that they've tried to get rid of. They were trying to push a theory that Jesus never existed, okay, which is ridiculous. They were trying to say Jesus is a mythological